Alrighty, kia ora koutou. Welcome everyone to day 2 of our long-term plan and the opportunity to hear verbal submissions from the community. I'm going to first ask Brendan just to come forward and give us a couple of minute introduction to day 2 and the opportunity for elected members to ask any questions of process to date if required. Thanks, Brendan.
Good morning, Mayor, Councillors. Welcome to day 2 of the LTP hearings, the midday of a 3-day extravaganza. This is just a very quick, brief, short and sharp opportunity for me just to say a couple of quick logistical things, I suppose, and if you've got any questions around process, we can go over that as well. First thing I'd like to say is thank you so much to all of you for broadly sticking to time yesterday. In fact, I think for a period of time we were ahead of time, which is possibly the first time that might have ever occurred. Keeping to time just allows us logistically in the background to make everything run smoothly, so thank you for that. The second thing I just want to note is you've been provided with a handout with the latest hearing timetable as of about 5 minutes ago. It is continuing to chop and change a little bit as some people have to withdraw due to illness or things like that. So just note that it's likely to be 95% correct, but there might be a little bit of chop and change. For anyone who's watching online, on the Facebook live stream and also the Pānui website, there's the latest timetable available there as well. But just noting again, it's subject to change. And the very final thing from me is just to note for anyone who's trying to follow the attachments of any submitters, please note, so it's the separate document, the 600-odd page one, and where it refers to particular page numbers, e.g. page 376, you're looking for the page number on the top right of the page, not the bottom right. The bottom right one was just when it got added into the governance system, some separate pages were generated, so you're looking for the number on the top right. That's literally everything logistically from me. Any questions, or otherwise we'll just dive into the vibrancy that is our local democracy.
Thanks, Brendan. Any questions on process today? No, too easy. We can get straight into it. Thanks, Brendan. Appreciate that. We'll hear from Anna. Welcome. So yeah, either seat, and you just need to push the button, Anna. So processes, you've got 10 minutes, and then just save some time. I'm sure there'll be some questions as well.
Sure.
Great.
Good morning to you all.
Thanks.
And thank you for having me here today. My name is Anna Hargraves, and I represent the Geraldine Pool Committee. We formed a committee about a year ago in the vision to, first of all, extend the season, and then we've come to a discussion that we feel that the Geraldine Pool could be covered. Geraldine sits 30 kilometres from Timaru, as you're aware of that. It has a strong community who is passionate for swimming. It's for the our ageing. We have an ageing population, so we feel that our community needs a pool all year round. So to do this, we feel that a feasibility study is paramount. I have a quote here, as you would see, submitted it. So the company in Wellington can do a feasibility study to see where the future of this pool could go. We are open-minded to what the outcome would be, but we feel that because of the distance of where we are located, I understand there's a Temuka pool and a Pleasant Point pool. And I know that the council looks after those 3, but I feel we are separate to Temuka and Pleasant Point, and we need to create a stronger pool, a health hub, and included, if it got covered, we could change and have a sauna for the elderly, or not for an elderly, but anyone, for people who are recovering from ACC and a spa. So we're going to attract not just people who are going to use a lane pool. So we're going to have a higher amount of people. So many people travel to Timaru for swimming lessons, and we all know we are a water country, so we need that. But right now, people do not have the time to travel to Timaru. It's an hour return. So imagine if we could have the pool utilised for swimming lessons, and just when I go use the pool, I'll be in the changing room and I can hear the group that come out from they have the aqua aerobics, and there's such a buzz in that changing room, and they'll go off for coffee and so forth, and that ends in March. So effectively we have a pool for 4 months. So what I'm asking of the council for the long-term plan is if we could have some funding for this feasibility study. As you will see, that we had a meeting in November with the Geraldine Community Board, and they have offered $10,000. The quote of the feasibility study is $29,600. So that's what we are asking for, some funding towards this. A few aspects I'll just reiterate from our proposal. Creating a hub for Geraldine, the year-round benefits, as I've mentioned before. Swim clubs could also utilise that because they can't use it at the moment. They only have that short season of 4 months. Also the wellbeing and mental health benefits for the community. There's nothing else in Geraldine at the moment. We have the fabulous tennis court, netball court area, but that's just open. We need somewhere people can go and feel they're in a sort of like a pool where there is a community formed in there. So we have nothing else like that in Geraldine, and we believe that this would be beneficial to our community, and also it would add value to a council asset. So I think that's...
Yeah, awesome. Okay, questions from the team? Yeah, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Anna, for, on behalf of your committee, for putting this submission in. Just one question I had is, firstly, I think it's great that you've got a group together that is looking at the benefits of this pool, and so that's really, that's awesome. But my question is, if the study is complete, do you envisage like a community fundraise, or would it then come back to council and boom, we've got another $250,000 we need to look at? Or have you sort of thought further ahead, if we could get this study done, what would happen then?
We have thought about that, definitely. And we have a strong committee. I mean, the numbers we have about, I think it's about 32 people on board, and they're waiting to do the fundraising. So we just need to get this, include you on it, have the vision with us, and yeah, of course, maybe need to, it is your asset, so we will have to work with that. So yeah, definitely.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Anna, for your submission. And obviously you've got some passionate people around you who want to make this happen. I just want to ask you about, I know this project team that you're looking to bring in, with Brendan Rope, is it? As the lead person there. They've done other projects like this around the country, haven't they?
They have.
And I know that they've been involved in the Carterton project.
Yes.
For a covered pool.
Yes.
Do you know what the outcomes were from that? I mean, is that continuing, and what did you glean from
I
that?
believe he mentioned that on one of my phone calls to him, so I can't answer that directly about the Carterton pool. He has formed a national study of looking at pools throughout the country, and he was mentioning how the study would actually look at what the community needed, whether it would be to bring in possibly some more water play. We have so many lane pools in New Zealand, about how maybe he could look at different aspects that we need. So,
Have you contacted them yourself?
Yes,
Have you been
I
in
have.
touch with them? You
Yes,
have?
I have.
With Carterton?
Not Carterton, sorry, with Brendan, no, not Carterton. Or-
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, because if they've already instigated that sort of procedure, then maybe they might be able to give you some extra
Yep.
information
Yep.
to help you on your journey.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Jackson, did you? Yeah, Councillor Biddington.
Thanks for that. Just one thing, when you get the feasibility study, will it also include operating costs, staffing, the whole thing, or is it just a construction cost?
I believe it was operating costs. It wouldn't be staffing. I don't know if he had included that on the feasibility study, but that's something that we could make sure that would be covered, because I understand that is a big aspect of the pool.
Yeah, Councillor Pye.
Thank you for that. Do you, your committee, how are you funded, or do you have any funds yourself to put towards this, or you're just an unfunded organisation that is seeking funds from other places?
Yeah, we're unfunded at the moment. We have got the support, as I said, of the Geraldine Community Board, and then we're including trying to ask for the council, so no.
Anyone else? No, all good. Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I know councillors will have other questions for staff tomorrow as well. So appreciate your passion in making the submission.
Excellent.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, now we welcome the team from Chamber of Commerce. Wendy, Scotty, Heather and Gordon, please come up, and submission is on page 597. So I'll pass over to you. You've got 10 minutes-ish, with ahead of time slightly, so we may have a little bit of wriggle room, but I'll pass to you, Gordon.
Thank you very much. Representing the South Canterbury Chamber of Commerce this morning, I've got myself, Gordon Handy, Heather Harding from the board, Scott McCauley from the board, and Wendy Smith, our CE. Firstly, thank you for providing the opportunity to make a submission on the Timaru District Council's long-term plan. The Chamber acknowledges the effort, the intent and the work that has gone into putting this plan together for the district's future. Our businesses employ thousands of people. Many of them are your ratepayers and have aspirations of their future, their people and the district they have chosen to call home. However, Council needs to remember that we are in a cost of living crisis and a cost of doing business crisis.
South Canterbury needs to be seen as an awesome place to do business. The Chamber encourages Council to develop an overtly supportive and enabling culture that will not only help existing businesses thrive, but will encourage new business into the district rather than going elsewhere. This attitude and culture needs to be embedded into every part of the long-term plan. A key part of this is prioritising infrastructure. We are concerned at how much emphasis the long-term plan places on community facilities rather than focusing on key infrastructure. The rating differentials and additional bid targeted rate are also cause for concern, particularly given the current economic climate. We encourage Council to delay implementing the additional targeted rate and to consider the fact that commercial businesses already pay significantly higher rates.
Good morning. In respect of the Theatre Royal and Heritage Hub, $57 million represents 9% of the total funds that you are proposing for capital expenditure over the course of the next decade. It's a significant amount of money in anyone's books. To give you a comparison, that is roughly twice what Primeport turned over last financial year. Whilst looking at a $57 million spend and at the same time asking for a significant rate increase and a lift on your debt cap to suggest is comparable to the average home going, I can't quite pay my mortgage, I'm struggling to pay the bills, but I'm going to buy a batch. So as a council, you can't, on the one hand, claim that you're short on funding for capital projects and that you're short on funding for OPEX to be putting up rates, and on the other hand, suggest that we've got just shy of $60 million to open a heritage hub. To be clear, the Chamber is absolutely supportive of developing cultural institutions and buildings of this nature and facilities of this nature for the community, but at $60 million we consider it to be fiscally irresponsible. At $57 million borrowed, which is what the council will do, at a 7% interest rate with $1 million of working capital, that works out, before you're paying back debt, to $96,000 operating cost per week. Where is the business case to support where council will find $100,000 a week to pay for this facility? It is the single largest line item cost that you've put in the long-term plan, equal to the water supply renewals and upgrade. You know, there's been some really good examples recently that South Canterbury and Timaru has been able to do in public-private partnerships. Sea Play would be a good example of that. What's happening up at Fraser Park would be another good example of that. We would suggest to council that what they would be best to do in this instance is go back to some of the fantastic businesses and business leaders that we've got in the community, such as Paul Smith, Thompson's, Shaw Construction, Rooney Earth Moving, Johnson Building, those types of businesses, and get their input, because a lot of these businesses that are experts in this space are suggesting that we could get a comparable facility for a third of the price. So again, when we're looking at a significant rate increase in the long-term plan, demands on our spending, to then go and spend just shy of 10% of our total funding over the next decade on one specific project with no business case and no suggestion of how we're going to fund operating it, doesn't suggest fiscal responsibility. Now, we're pretty fortunate in South Canterbury, and in Timaru in particular, that we've got a really high horsepower council with some really capable and talented people sitting around the table here. We would remind council that they are custodians and they are placeholders, and that their job is to make sure we benefit in the future. To lift the debt cap and indebt the city and debt the district by taking on such an extreme level of debt for one project, we'd suggest needs review. Again, look, we would just, we would highly recommend that there's some real prudence and common sense approach here. There's a couple of businesses in particular that are stressing that for the same outcome, this project could be done for a third of the price. So before council makes a decision and goes down this track, it would be wise to engage with the business community to seek alternates, which to date we have seen no alternate proposals put forward. It's either the current proposal, yes or no. There's no greenfield site proposal. There's no alternatives. So again, we would highly recommend to council that they take the time and give the consideration to alternatives to drive the outcome which we agree would be positive for the community. Thanks.
So more of a summary really, that we are deeply concerned about the rates increases that are proposed, the 15 plus 12 plus 12. We're concerned for our businesses and the crisis that businesses are facing with the cost of doing business, but we're also very concerned for our lower income earners and those on fixed incomes, that it will be very hard to achieve that. We are concerned about the debt levels that council is proposing, and therefore council's inability to meet any unforeseen circumstances, whether or not those are weather or climate, or some alternate investments that are needed. Just as a clarification, the targeted rate, for example, around the bid situation, it's not that we disagree with the CBD work or that associated area, but we understand that you're looking at rating differentials next year, and we would suggest that perhaps that's held over until then, because the commercial sector, when you look at the rating differentials, pay a significantly larger amount. So we would encourage council to look through their LTP, become more enabling and business friendly, and just go back to the drawing board on some of those financial issues. But we're really happy to take questions. Thank you.
Well rehearsed, you did well for time. Questions, I'm sure there'll be some. Who wants to start? Yeah, Councillor Pye.
Thank you. Very clear message. We've had conflicting messages on the bid from the Chamber and the bid group, and I asked this yesterday and I'm still not exactly clear. How many of your members operate in the CBD, and are they not also members of the bid group?
So yes, there are mixed messages, and so that's something that perhaps needs to be looked at in the process that council used to determine if there was support for the bid. So somebody around this council table will be able to correct me, but my understanding is that you went out and surveyed building owners and not necessarily the business operators within those buildings. And somebody here can tell me what percentage of the building owners supported the bid and what was the weight to carry that through, because it was a very low percentage, but you'll all have that data because you're councillors.
You didn't actually answer my question, which was how many of your members operate in the CBD?
I can't tell you, I'd have to go and count up how many there are, but it's not just our members that have come back to us about the concern. But I think my point was that if we then go back and look at how many supported, it would be really important to understand, are they the people that are going to be paying this? And our concern is that these are the businesses that are really struggling at the moment. And I reiterate, it's not that we are against the work that the CBD group does. It's about putting another fixed cost on doing business.
I think you'll go Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Piddington.
Thank you very much for your submission. Scott, my question is for you, just regarding the theatre. So, and I know that your members have said that we should have a theatre / heritage centre, if that's the case, but it should be delayed. So my question to you is, we've already delayed the project over the last 6 years, since it first came into the long-term plan. We've seen the costs increase exponentially. And I guess we can compare it to maybe the Court Theatre in Christchurch, for example. And we saw the costs from that project between 2020 and 2022 blow out by 55%. Now it's a $56 million project completed. If we delay this project, how long do we delay the project for? And by the way, it's not 57.1 or nearly 16 million. Take off the MBIE money, makes it 45 million. We're getting 2 entities for 22.5 million. So if we delay the project, how long should we be delaying that project for, and how much do you think those costs are going to rise in that time?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Look, $45 million is not a small number in anyone's context, so I'd make that point. Look, until such time as we've got something that's fiscally responsible and viable for council, we defer, right? So this isn't optional, this isn't drinking water, this isn't keeping the lights on at the hospital, this isn't getting kids to school, this is a lot like any other facility, it's optional. But what I would suggest is there is some local businessmen of stature in South Canterbury, I'm sure he won't mind, Gary Rooney would be one of them, who are suggesting that we can get this facility done in still around the same time frame that you're proposing for significantly less outlay from council. So I guess, look, I'm not suggesting delay, defer, cancel. What I'm suggesting is that there are other options to deliver this fantastic facility that you're proposing, but with a much smaller price tag for the ratepayers of Timaru. So my view would be is that stick to the current timeline, but do it with some engagement. So it doesn't need to be driven solely by council. You led a fantastic project down at the Bay that was done with business, with community, public, private, that's delivered a fantastic outcome for the community. Why not take the same approach with this facility as well? So when we've got our significant business leaders in the community saying, we don't disagree with the project, but it can be done far more fiscally responsibly. Why would council not take an opportunity to pocket those funds that they can then redeploy on other pressing matters that you guys have got, hence why you're looking to extend the debt cap and raise your interest rates. So we're asking you to save some money whilst delivering this project. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Councillor Piddington.
Again to Scott. I guess my challenge to you, Scott, is that number is huge, I agree. I wonder, because we haven't really explored new build for some reason, I'll accept that from various councils, which I think we should have done, but my challenge to you is maybe get that group together and see what they can deliver for us. Because when we do it as council, the first thing we'll run off and get a consultant, then we'll get someone else. So we get buried in the mire. Whereas if we get a design and build something simple like Ashburton, that everyone's raving about that when they went to Les Mis, then we would have some real options. Because right now we kind of have this or nothing. And I'd love to see something in the middle ground put to us.
Look, I am 100% confident that if council is prepared to commit to waiting for business to provide an alternate proposal, that business will take up that challenge. So if council is genuine about looking at a greenfields build and a design and build, I am more than confident that we will be able to rally the business community to put forward a proper proposal to council if they're genuine about it. What we won't do as a chamber, though, is go and waste our members' time if we're paying lip service. So if there's a commitment from council to wait and allow us to go and generate something that provides an alternate solution, we're all about it.
Thanks, that's a good challenge for us to talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect. Good segue. Yeah, that's for deliberation day tomorrow. Exciting, another triple whammy this week. Great watching. Be involved. We appreciate your engagement. A lot of food for thought there, so thanks to all of you. Appreciate that, and we really value the relationship with the Chamber, so thank you. Cheers. Alrighty, so now we welcome another Nigel Davenport, Venture Timaru, and the submission is on page 387. Welcome, Nigel. Oh yeah.
Morning, Your Worship, elected members and staff and public. Again, firstly, thanks for the opportunity to come along and talk to our submission today. In opening, I would obviously like to acknowledge the challenges facing us all in the current economic environment. High interest rate, rising cost of living, they've been spoken of by previous submitters this morning and yesterday. And these challenges are really exemplified in the approach Council's prudently taking towards the LTP with that thing of finding the balance. So we commend you on that. As the Economic Development Agency and Tourism Agency here in the district, it is very much a case of us looking at the here and now around those core economic enablers, but it's also important that we take a long-term macroeconomic view or if you like, a longer-term strategic stance as well. Looking at the LTP's 10-year projections associated with population rating units and the projected growth in dollar of rates paid per rating unit, it clearly evidences to us, above all else, that we simply need more people. Not only to help find the balance and spread the projected rates load, but as importantly, help us to realise our potential and be the best we possibly can be. It's not me cutting in and out, I think it's us. We have completed an initial desktop piece of work, or a starter for 10 if you like, that bluntly looked at some of those key economic indicators, GDP, population, productivity, and what on current trends we as a district would look like come 2050. Yes, they are economic, and they are economic indicators primarily focused on business, but the reality is we as a district, every single one of us, both here today and into the future, need to look further than 10, 20 years out to 2050 and beyond. The results of this initial starter for 10 were a bit of a punch in the face, to be quite honest, as on current trends come 2050, we are neither better off nor do we maintain status quo, we actually go backwards. The report This initial desktop was attached to our submission, so I won't go through it in detail. But obviously, some of the challenges facing us are around our ageing population, with 30% of us, I'm looking just down at the moment and in the mirror at myself, 30% of us will be over 65 by 2050. Hopefully still here, maybe not. And obviously our rising death rate as well, which will reduce our population by 175 per annum from now right through to 2048. So some big challenges there. We therefore need to collectively develop a truly aspirational plan for our district, one that will be challenging yet rewarding if we get it right. There's no alternative in our view, and this plan has to prioritise the attraction of more people. As proposed, our role as the Economic Development Agency over the next 12 to 18 months is to help facilitate a Towards 2050 plan and strategy in a coordinated and targeted way alongside everyone in the district. That is council, that is iwi, that is business, that is our whole community, every single person that lives here. This isn't to be seen as a VT plan at all, it's a whole of district plan. This isn't also about reinventing any wheels, but aligning work already underway and needing to be done so we all have common goals to work towards. These next important steps are actually all about putting meat on the bones. That desktop was a pretty blunt instrument to give us a pretty quick look at what 2050 might look like, using some pretty core economic indicators. This next 12 to 18 months is about putting the meat on the bones, amplifying our efforts to attract people and business, working environment, career opportunities, business-friendly enabling environment. More people at a level of X means what for our facilities, supporting services, health, education providers, how and where our people will live and connect heading into the future. What do we need today, tomorrow, next year to progress us to where we need to be? Now, council, despite what many think, are not solely responsible for everything that needs to be done in our district. I think you'll be happy with that comment. Or for that matter, responsible for things that aren't going according to plan. Our council are, however, a key piece of the jigsaw in establishing an enabling environment that proactively inspires, excites and attracts development, growth and investment, ultimately resulting in our communities that are connected, prosperous and inclusive. In our view, this council and staff get that, and we are actually fully aware of activity underway to swing the dial on enhancing and communicating a more enabling environment. Done right, council effectively then step aside and let the market take over. Aligned to this and also everyone's desire to be and do better now and for future generations are the two big questions we all need to have front and centre of our decision making as these opportunities present themselves. Firstly, is it good for the district? And secondly, if that answer is yes, the next question always needs to be, how can we make this happen? And if we are to be truly aspirational, not respond with, we can't do that because. In closing, we commend council on their LTP deliberations to date and believe the winds of change are upon us. After all, this is a district we should all be rightfully proud of, but importantly, it's a district that can be and needs to be so much better. It is up to all of us to collectively contribute towards a bolder, more innovative and aspirational 2050 and beyond. We urge council to amplify their efforts with this in mind, providing direction, guidance internally and externally, just as we at VT need to and will do more. And we, just as everyone that calls our district home, equally has a role to play moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Nige. Questions? No? I don't think that's with disrespect. I think it's because we hear from you regularly and we may be in tune with what your message is. So really appreciate that and thanks for being invested. Thanks, Nige.
And ahead of time, Your Worship.
Yeah, I know. Grab me 2 minutes. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome now the team from the Temuka Community Board. Charles, the floor is yours.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity. I'd just like to point out between the three of us, I just had a quick calculation, we've got nearly just under 45 years of history of involvement on the Temuka Community Board. So there's a bit of experience in these three people. The Temuka Community Board have submitted an application to the LTP asking for $100,000 a year over the 10-year span of the plan, with the funds being able to carry forward. The reason for this is for the Community Board to be able to take a more active role in some of the smaller scale infrastructure work and local projects identified in the Temuka Area Strategic Plan, which also includes Winchester and surrounding areas. The strategic plan took approximately 18 months of community engagement and feedback to put together, and that was during COVID times as well, where it was difficult to engage, but we managed to get out there. All community board members were involved in doing that. And it came with a price tag of around about $200,000. To date, $200,000 has been allocated to the Temuka Community Board, and this has been targeted to spend or has been spent on the various items identified in the submission. The community came back with a lot of ideas that could be beneficial to our area. As a community board, we have tried to balance these within the financial constraints of our limited budget. The community board feel that by having these funds available, we'll be able to target and prioritise the various projects as identified by our community. We'll be able to work with the various council officers in order to set budgets and timelines and ensure that these are adhered to. We have at times had projects promised to the community board or councillors by council staff, but they have gone off the radar. And with the current tight economic climate, we want to assist where we can to get these back into the budget and achieved. The submission may only be a 2-page document, but it's supported by a plan that took 18 months to put together at considerable cost and time to all those involved, and is also a document that has been led by our community. Thank you for the opportunity. Does anyone have any questions?
Succinct. Charles? Questions for Temuka Community Board? So one that's going to effectively request further funds, which is the 100K versus the 200K over the 3 years. So that'll be deliberated on tomorrow, but has anyone got questions specifically to that? No, that's all right. Seems to, oh yeah, there we go, Councillor Booth.
I've written in my notes here that perhaps you should start your own bid up for, to support your CBD people.
Do what?
Business Improvement District.
Oh.
Yeah.
You could levy your people and then,
So, there was a question.
That's more of a comment than a question.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's all right. We a little bit of schooling for elected members. No, thank you. We appreciate that, and we'll some really good stuff. And appreciate all the work that you're doing. There's been some great projects. So the strategic plans and the accompanied funding seems to be working really well across all the community boards. So it's great.
That's one thing I will say. It's been really good to target the different areas that we want to achieve job roles getting done and target different people on the community board with those roles. It's been very effective, and it's meant that instead of doing one job and then working to completion, we're able to do a multiple amount of jobs and get them all working together, and we can see them now by the end of the next few months, end of this year, all culminating and them all being finished relatively in the same time period that we were expecting to. It was just a bit tricky with the funding that came through timeline-wise, because you had a new community board, got new councillors come in and all that type of thing, and the money has to be spent in a certain amount of time period, and so that's why we also asked for that money to be rolled across into the next year as well. So, but thank you all for the work that you do for us in here, and we'll try and support and do whatever we can to benefit our community always. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks, team. Appreciate that. Alrighty, so we move now. I think we've got Anne's just arrived. Straight into it. We're just running slightly early, Anne, so if you don't mind, come on up. So this is the Geraldine Academy of Performance and Arts, and their submission is on, or attachment is on page 41. 41. So it's the wee numbers at the top as opposed to the the bottom numbers, Ellen. Welcome. So just push the button on the microphone and you've got 10 minutes to save some time for questions.
Hello, I'm sorry, we've just rushed in, so we hope we're not too confused. I'm Anne Griffiths, and this is Jim Powell, and we're here talking about the Academy in Geraldine. You will have seen from the submission I made that the Academy is a centre of activities to do with the arts in Geraldine. If you're not sure where it is, it's across the road from the cinema and the library. And there's lots of activities that happen there. But the church owns it, and the church want to buy it, to sell it. And we're here to ask for your support and help in any way that you can to help it continue as a centre of the arts. One of the issues with it is actually funding. So we would like some help from the council to help us purchase it, or possibly in the best scenario, the council would purchase it for us. We're talking about a maximum of $250,000. Which is comparatively cheap. If you divided that between the people of Geraldine, that would be $100 each. But of course, you could do other things. You could provide a substantial grant, which we could seek help and funding from other sources by then, and you could help us with the subdivision, getting the subdivision done. That would subdivide it from the church.
The church are actually very, very eager to sell. They have some earthquake remediation that needs to be done. They would like rid of it. The rent that we pay at the Academy, I suppose, equates to the amount that they have to pay in rates, and they want it gone from their responsibility, and there's no other place that provides the facilities, as you would have seen from the submission, no other place in Geraldine that provides such a flexible space for performance and arts. It would be a shame to lose it because the building has use that's basically limited to its present use. There's not much else that you could actually do with it.
Yeah. One of the things that we really like about the Academy is how accessible it is at all times. You know, that a lot of the other buildings that you might say are available for hire are not always accessible. One of perhaps because, well, they're all what we might say aligned to other organisations. So they might be church rooms or the RSA room. Those are all organisations that have a purpose for their building and space, and that would be a priority for them. Not what the Academy offers is a facility that's available to anybody in the community at a reasonable price as well. It's quite a flexible space. It's got space for dancing. It's got space for making music. It's got a music room. It's got a small foyer. It's got a kitchen. You can do virtually anything in it. And we've been hired quite often for private parties and run folk festivals there. And so a lot of people are using it at different times of the day. One of the groups that use it regularly are the people who are called Finding My Voices. And unfortunately, Lorena, who runs the Finding My Voices, is pulled off today. She was going to come in and possibly with some of the Finding Our Voices people, which are, they're disabled people, intellectually disabled group of young adults. And the Finding Our Voices event is about helping them to engage with drama and arts in different ways. And it's really one of the previous facilitators at the academy has moved to Christchurch with her daughter, who is intellectually disabled, and they can't find a similar venue, but the academy provides this venue that is very useful and easy to use for them. The other thing is there are other spaces in Geraldine. I've spoke about that. One of the other spaces is the primary school hall, which was built as a community hall. But of course, it's not accessible anymore because it is used primarily by the primary school. So it certainly couldn't have the accessibility of our place. Do we want to say anything else?
I think I'm fine.
So we're open to questions if you want.
Brilliant, thank you. Councillor Pennington.
Thanks for that. Understand your reasoning behind it, but there's a few things that sort of got my radar up. One was you talked about the building's not earthquake strengthened, so is the church going to do that before they handed it over?
I don't.
I think it's been surveyed already, and the church hasn't been earthquake strengthened. They would like the money to do that. And
the hall's fine.
The hall's fine.
So the hall is fine, that's what I just wanted clarity. So you asked for 350, you mentioned 250, then you mentioned subdivision. So I'm just trying to get to what the actual number is.
Yes.
Well, obviously the church has got a value that they want.
Yep.
All right, they would like 350,000.
Yep. And does that include it being subdivided? I'm trying to get...
I presume so. I presume so. But there are different levels at which you could provide support. You know.
No, I understand that.
And of course, there's a limited market for that building too.
Yep.
So we could go in with a low pitch and still be successful because there's nobody else that would.
So the Anglicans won't be generous enough just to gift it to the people of Geraldine?
Very nice if they did, because the church, the land on which the church stands was gifted to them in the first place.
Yeah, there you go. Go back with that. Thanks.
Okay, we've got good interest here, so we're going to go Councillor Parker, Councillor Scott, then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you for your submission. My question is, the Academy, I see you celebrated 10 years of anniversary, so congratulations, and that would feel that you're well embedded in the community. So my question is, has the Academy looked at any fundraising for this purchase of this building?
We haven't started that because we are at the beginning of our process. It's only relatively recently that the church has said they want to sell. But I would imagine we will be wanting to do some fundraising, and by the council supporting us in any way will make such fundraising much easier, by reducing them. But some of the grant providers look to support from the local councils as guiders whether they're going to support us as well.
We've looked at the licensing trust as well, and they're looking kindly on us. But first of all, we have to go a little further along the track first. But they've heard us out.
And the other thing is, I forgot to say earlier that the community council, the Geraldine Community Board has indicated their support for us. And they want us to continue.
So an actual fundraising plan hasn't been developed at all?
Not as yet.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Scott and then Councillor Jackson.
I just wondered, have you been privy to the building report?
We haven't had access to that, have we?
No, we've understood that the building report is okay, but we haven't physically seen it.
Oh, because I have read the building report, and I think there is quite significant works that need to be done to that building. It has a lot of remedial works required, and so I just wondered the ongoing management of that. Have you factored that into your operational costs?
My understanding is that it is not substantial. There are a few things that need, but they're not excessive. But there's been very little maintenance done while the church has owned it, and we can't do that maintenance until it's in a different ownership. But you know, we're getting grants for support from other organisations at the moment, but so with that and ongoing, you know, the income from providing services, we're managing to run the academy successfully. But grants for maintenance and that sort of thing would only come if we were the owners, and at the moment we only have short-term leases for it. So
that's cool. We might just ask officers can you make that building report, just can we have that in the hub for tomorrow for deliberations, and also if we can provide that to the Arts Academy, because that's it was in PX, but it's not information we need to hold as such, so it can be given to the community. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for coming along today and presenting your submission. My question sort of follows on from what Councillor Parker mentioned about your fundraising. So have you reached out to the local business community? Have you spoken to anyone in the business community that might be prepared to support your fundraising efforts?
We haven't as yet. This is just the initial stages, but we're looking at Barker's a very benevolent company, certainly that's local, and I'm sure that quite a number of others and individuals would be very happy to contribute to the amount required.
And just to follow on from that, what sort of experience do you have on your committee for doing these sorts of projects? If you're going to be going into a fundraising stage, what sort of experience do you have on your committee to make that happen?
Well, we do have somebody who's had a lot of experience in that. So in terms of quite significantly more money being fundraised than what we're asking for. One of the things, though, I would like to say is that any fundraising will be significantly eased and helped along by any help that the council can make. So, because it just indicates that, yeah, this is something that the council supports, and therefore people will join in. So it's like a seed fund, where I guess that will help.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's that sort of enablement, first cab off the rank, so to speak. Councillor Pinnington, and then we'll finish up.
Sorry, apologies, I didn't read all my notes. How many hours a week do you use it at the moment? Because we've got a lot of halls and other things around the district that aren't utilised.
So how often is
There's a blackboard concert every month. There's Morris dancing every week, which is about 2 hours a week. And there's Bridge Club.
There's a choir.
Choir, yes.
There's Finding Our Voices. So almost every day, because then Sundays might be empty. But there'll be something else.
Farmers Market has access to it.
Yeah. So there, I would say, I can't say it, there's probably about 8 or 9 regular activities, and then there's private parties. So Saturdays are quite often involved with a private party or something like that, and we've had festivals. We were used for the election voting place, so that was in use for the whole week.
And for training as well.
Yeah.
Yes, my point is it would have been good to come with that sort of information for us,
Well,
just to help you.
That's in the document that I gave you in the submission.
Yeah, but it doesn't show hours of usage, I didn't think.
Right.
You know, just if you're asking us for something, we've got to make sure it's a broad range and it is worthwhile. Not only what you're presenting, what others are asking. That's all I was trying to help you on that. Thanks.
Awesome, thank you. That was great. A lot of interest there, and so we'll deliberate on that tomorrow. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. So we move now, Robin McCarthy. And that, there's no attachment on that one. Welcome, Robin. So you've got 10 minutes, and save some time for questions, and just go when you're ready and just push that button in front of you.
There we go. Well, my name's Robin McCarthy, and I made a submission when there was a call for more, because there was a lack of submissions being forwarded. So I thought, right, we'll come down and talk about cruise ships. So I've been a tour operator for a very long time, and I became involved with cruise ship passengers round about 2002, firstly in Christchurch and also Littleton. The passengers would be bussed into the square. And then when the earthquakes come along in Christchurch, the cruise ships were diverted round to Akaroa. And I've been running a lot of tours to Akaroa and also ran a regular service as well over a long period of years. So I was quite familiar with the area. And that was an arrangement that worked very well for a long time. There were a lot of teething troubles in terms of problems in terms of how we operated out at Akaroa. But eventually they were put together, a good system was put together. And I was involved in a lot of that as well. I also expanded into Timaru around about 2012. I also operated out of Port Chalmers and Dunedin and also out of Picton to a lesser extent at some latter stage as well. So I've had a lot of experience with cruise ships and cruise ship passengers. My purpose in making a submission is to try and have the people here to think about expanding the cruise ship numbers coming into Timaru. One of the reasons being is that I now live back, well, probably not all that much closer to Timaru, but I live in Twizel today, having moved from Christchurch due to COVID. And I've always been very much aware, by having been in the industry, that Timaru misses out on a lot of the tourism because it comes down from the north and goes through Geraldine and down through the Mackenzie. A lot of it goes on to Queenstown, but a lot of it also goes down the Waitaki Valley to Oamaru. A lot of people want to go down there to see the Heritage Precinct and also the penguins. And much the same coming from the south as well. So Timaru misses out. And my view all the way along has been that the future of tourism for Timaru and South Canterbury, not so much, well, yes, and the hinterland of South Canterbury, is cruise ships. And a survey was sent round, probably a couple of months ago, from Venture Timaru, asking us about cruise ships and, what's the sort of numbers do you think that would be acceptable coming into Timaru? And the maximum number you could tick was 30. It might have been 30 plus. But anyway, I'd like to see 100, and I don't see why not. And if we could arrange for that, that'd be great. So therefore, we've got to look at the facilities. Now, the current facilities and arrangements which are in place here are probably about as ideal as they could be in terms of the numbers of cruise ships coming in. But if there was 100, well, maybe we ought to look at some other kind of facilities. Now, every airport's got a terminal. I was over in Westport the other day, it's a little tiny one. It's great, serves its purpose. Train station down the road here, it's got a terminal there when the trains were running through, especially the passenger trains in years gone by, and I do remember them. Actually, I think I even went on one. So it's a bit of a chicken and an egg situation, but I'm asking the council to think big. Think of it, have some vision, look forward to it, and get these cruise ships in. Then start looking at the infrastructure. And I would envisage, say, a terminal type facility where the cruise ship passengers come off a cruise ship into a terminal, and you have a public access to the other side of the terminal, just like you have at airports. You've got airside and landside. We're all familiar with that. And of course, we've all been to a train station, or most of us have been anyway. Looking forward as well, I feel as though that one of the things that probably could also be further developed is the RTO having more to do with the Mackenzie District Council. Now, I understand the concept that the funding that goes to Venture Timaru and to this eyesight is because the local ratepayers are paying for it. But I feel as though we've got to get away from this parochialism, which has been unfortunate, which has existed throughout the country. And I've come up against this as well. But I'm a tour operator, and I'm an independent tour operator. I've advocated for the independence, and I haven't made myself very popular at times, but, I've got a pretty thick skin. It's about that thick, But it's getting the message out. It's not just opposing things for the sake of it, it's trying to improve it, and that's where I'm coming from. So I feel as though maybe there should be more work done with the Mackenzie District Council as well, because we've got the icon of New Zealand sitting out there over the other side of these, the Two Thumb Range and the Albury Range and the Mount Nessing Range, and my tours go through the Mackenzie Pass and up to Tekapo. I know now that the cruise ships are actually taking people further afield. So not only that, but we need them to be here longer as well. Now, the ones that stay here for probably 7 or 8 hours or more is great. Now, my tour takes 5 hours, but if you're going to be staying here longer, then we can take them further afield. So I'm asking you to look visionary. This was a visionary district, especially in terms of what's happened, with the port here, aviation. It's got a fantastic aviation heritage, South Canterbury. Also, it's meat exports and so on and so forth. So I'm asking for the council, take a step, be visionary. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great submission, and I think generally, without putting words into everyone's, I'd say generally we're pretty supportive of your approach. So as far as Prime Port goes, this isn't a question, but I'll give you, we've got time for some clarity. Prime Port have taken a really bullish approach to cruise, so they are actively seeking further numbers. They see it as a big opportunity. And also Venture Timaru, I would be certainly encouraging, but I would assume that's happening anyway as far as those strong relationships, because it's an obvious link, but we'll certainly follow up with that. But as far as the levers that we can pull as far as council, probably minimal, but we do support funding via VT for cruise, and we're fully supportive of Prime Port's approach, which is quite bullish in that market. So I agree with you, 30 doesn't need to be the cap. What is the opportunity? And Prime Port have shared that back with us, that they're actively looking in this space. So yeah, I think that's probably as good as we can get, but it's the conversation around investment down to Prime Port, there again would be a conversation into the future once you hit X amount of numbers, but there again would largely sit with Prime Port itself, again, as it has done generally speaking in Christchurch with Littleton investment.
Can I just add that I did write to the Chief Executive of Tauranga Port and suggested that they could probably have some influence on increasing the numbers of cruise ships into Timaru, because they are a 50% shareholder of Prime Port Timaru. So I did make an effort.
Yeah, no,
it wasn't successful, but I gave it a go.
Yeah, no, and I am aware of the Prime Port have been overseas recently talking with crews, so they're very active in that space. Yeah.
Well, I'm really pleased to hear that. Thank you very much.
No worries. And sorry, was there any other further questions or something? My apologies. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I think that 30 number was probably the ports identified as an ideal number for them at this stage, at what they can handle with the infrastructure they've got. I was just question, where would be, I mean, obviously we're the gateway to probably the Mackenzie, etc., for a cruise ship. What would be the main key destinations for people that arrive on a ship and that have got 8 hours, or even 6 hours? Where would you say?
It's quite an easy question to answer, but there are other aspects to it. Tekapo, Mount Cook would be 1 and 2. I also run tours from here to Oamaru. There is demand for that. I also see that Venture Timaru is going to provide a training program of some kind, encouraging new local operators to come into the market. That's quite a good initiative. But I can say this, that there are other outside operators that do come here. There's another one from Tekapo, some come from Christchurch. Most of their tours are booked through the internet. I don't have an internet presence with cruise ships at the moment because, simply because the numbers aren't quite big enough for me at the moment. But so where there's a shortfall in capacity, as far as the cruise ship passengers are concerned, it has been filled by outside operators. Now, when the 2 cruise ships were due to come in on one day, one got cancelled, and that caused a lot of problems for the independent tour operators, because there were operators coming from Dunedin and Christchurch. And I know pre-COVID, I knew the whole lot of them. Not necessarily to talk to them, but other than just to exchange courtesies, but I knew who they all were. So if we do get an initial influx of a greater number of cruise ships, the cruise ship passengers will be catered to some extent. I know there was a shortage of capacity last season. There's no doubt about that. I could have filled probably 5 minibuses on some days, no sweat, probably even more, because I'd left by that stage on the tour. So, as I said, I realise it's a chicken and an egg situation, but there are some positive initiatives that I see taking place, but we've got to build on it. Don't hold back.
Yeah, agree. Sort of ties into that aspirational strategy that Venture Timaru presented on earlier, really, and Primeport haven't capped their numbers at all. That's what they could manage, but then it gets to a point where they need to move a few things around within the port itself. So they're pretty, as I said, pretty bullish in this space. So I think that's positive for the wider region, Mackenzie and Waimate as well. Thanks so much. Appreciate you taking the time and presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, so that brings us 12:09. We were running 1 minute early, so we break now to 12:40 on the dot. Where's that? It is. Oh, that's a different list, yeah. That's all right. I'm up to date. It's okay. So if you're listening online, we will be back at 12:40, 20 to 1. Thank you.
proving to themselves that they can adapt to change. It also provides them time away from devices to socially engage. That's a topic for another day. Going forward, being able to grow activities in the Peel Forest area and enable more of the community to experience the region would benefit the district and therefore the Peel Forest Outdoor Centre. Therefore, the Peel Forest Outdoor Centre has an important role to play in supporting the delivery of the district's long-term plan. Focus areas include connected citizens, so bringing groups together from within and outside the district to engage in outdoor and environmental activities and learning with professional instructors for personal growth and insightful enjoyment. The centre, working alongside partners like DOC and Te Ranganga o Arawhenua, can take a role in advocacy and leadership in authentic, distinctive and environmentally sustainable programs. Enhanced lifestyles. Community wellbeing is enhanced by spending more time in the outdoors and access to native bush, flora and fauna. Peel Forest has much to share with the wider district community. Sustainable environment, encouraging biodiversity, kaitiakitanga and a clean environment by supporting the centre to tell the eco story through various educational mediums, platforms and partners to enhance the Peel Forest area. Diverse economy, leveraging local strength and thriving together by partnering with the centre and other parties, creating future possibilities, partnerships to continue the journey of the centre and the environment for the long-term future of the wider community. And resilient infrastructure, investment in the future by creating a partnership between parties like Peel Forest Outdoor Centre, DOC, TDC, Te Ranganga o Arawhenua, to enable future eco-collaboration and development of the Peel Forest area for wider community participation. So why are we needed as a centre? We're focusing on developing programs and activity that offer lasting, life-changing outcomes for individuals and the community we live in together. The statistics below in the submission highlight some of the challenges we face, and we need to acknowledge we are part of the solution. We need to encourage our children into the outdoors to allow them to develop normal, essential life and survival skills that are important in daily life, as well as during crisis, i.e. natural disasters, earthquake, floods. Our young people need to experience challenges to gain the skills needed to overcome adversity. So in summary, as the centre continues to evolve, we would appreciate the Council recognising the significance to the environmental and experiential young people, including those with disabilities, and the Peel Forest Centre continues to foster their inclusion. Consider holding the current annual rental of the lease so the centre can minimise increases passed on to schools. Funding is an ongoing challenge for most schools, and it can be one of the first out-of-class activities that is cut when funding pressures present. And recognise the contribution of the centre towards the draft PARS strategy, the play, active recreation and sport for the district. Thank you for your time.
Awesome, thanks Nikki, and thank you for your leadership out there as well. Questions for Nikki in regard to OPC? Yeah, Councillor Pye.
This is actually just for interstate, but my understanding is you've started a new fundraising kind of drive looking for support from local business, and I just wondered how that was going and if you're getting a good response to that.
Great question. Yes, we have. As we look forward, because of the challenges around schools in particular finding funding for activity, the centre has looked at ways of trying to bridge some of that gap. So the example with what you're talking, the Geraldine Licensing Trust has been a seed funder, and then the shortfall there. The centre has picked up going out to the local business community. And my understanding, we've been able to secure all that funding And that will be a magnificent transitional program for those year sixes moving from the rural schools coming into Geraldine High.
On this side, any questions, Nikki? No? That's all good. So you're happy to roll on, Nikki, to the tennis?
I am.
Brilliant.
Okay. Yeah, I do. So, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and speak on the Timaru District Council long-term plan process 2024 and how Tennis South Canterbury and the sport weaves into the TDC LTP wellbeing pillars and outcomes for the district. Again, I also wish to acknowledge and thank the Council to date for its support and also key funders like Trust Iraqi and their contribution to the organisation. Tennis South Canterbury Incorporated is a non-profit regional sporting organisation that fosters and promotes the game of tennis in the South Canterbury region. Its purpose is to enable and promote quality tennis experiences at every level. There are 5 clubs around the region affiliated to Tennis South Canterbury. The headquarters are at Trust Iraqi Tennis Centre at 27 Benvenue Ave, Timaru, a magnificent venue with magical views from the pavilion over Caroline Bay. There are 14 outdoor sin-paved courts, of which all are floodlit. The association is a financially stable sport with no debt and with a magnificent facility at Benvenue Ave, which has been acknowledged by Tennis New Zealand to be a standard suitable to host national and international leading players. The association is in talks with Tennis New Zealand. Recently, we've just had their chair and their general manager down regarding bringing a World Tennis Tour to Timaru, which would involve leading players' participation equaling that of Davis Cup level. This tournament would run for 7 days. It would be wonderful for many in the community to view tennis live at this level locally. The next few years will be a time of considerable constraint for the district, and the sport supports the council's preferred funding option. However, people still need to experience enjoyment to be able to sustain themselves through the more difficult aspects of a tough financial period. Resilience will be critical. Additionally, the district still needs to be able to attract businesses and workers to the area by continuing to offer outstanding lifestyle opportunities. Timaru District Council has a commitment to supporting the wants and needs of engagement in play, active recreation and sport for the people of the district. Connected to this is the responsibility to provide a range of spaces and places for this engagement to occur. Tennis South Canterbury was among those involved in the development of the draft Play, Active Recreation and Sport Strategy, which was put out for draft on the 11th of April. That was an excellent process and involved input from many clubs, associations and organisations. A great process of collaboration. Participation in physical activity and play helps contribute to an individual's physical, spiritual and emotional and psychological well-being. This is aligned with the Council's focus on the 4 pillars. The use of the 4 wellbeings acknowledge the Council's broader role in looking after communities than simply providing core services. And the Council has identified 5 community wellbeing outcomes that promote the economic, environmental, cultural and social well-beings of the community. With funds tighter than ever, the neighbourhoods and communities of the district must prioritise and communicate with the Council to enable innovative, informed decision-making, maximising the benefits of all. Therefore, Tennis South Canterbury urges the Council to ensure that the sport of tennis, through its association, Tennis South Canterbury, and affiliated clubs, is recognised for the role the sport plays in assisting to build strong, connected, welcoming and supportive communities. Acknowledge its importance and contributions to the district and provide support as much as able. This could include, but is not limited to, providing for holding the current land rental for the term of the lease so that the association can minimise any increases passed on to users, and considering insurance of fixed assets on leased council land being something the TDC could help with or broker alongside their own fixed asset base. Recognise the modern facility with supportive infrastructure which sits on council-owned land and has future multi-use capabilities, like hosting local, regional or national tournaments, hosting small conferences or seminars, contributing to the economic return and showcasing the region. And finally, support and adopt the PARS strategy for the betterment of play, active recreation and sport in the Timaru district. In summary, the sport of tennis offers physical fitness, mental stimulation and a sense of community, making it an important sport for individuals and communities alike. Thank you for your time.
Thanks again, Nikki. Questions on tennis? Councillor Burt.
I have to be very careful here because I'm mindful that Councillor Scott has a strong backhand.
Forehand.
True that. So in terms of, I mean, it's an amazing facility. It always has been, top notch and everything. I'm just mindful of the fact that there are limitations on the use. Have you looked at as an organisation, to revisit the limitations you have for how it operates and how you can utilise more fully that amazing facility in terms of neighbours and everything like that?
Look, very, very good question. The association's in the process now of advertising for a general manager. And as part of that process, we will be, when you look at the facility that sits there, it's such a beautiful facility, it needs to be used. I believe we may have flexibility for around 10 or 11 events to a certain time in the evening, but you also look at its use during the day. And so engagement has been had with the Chamber to look at pulling more conferences and seminars to there, as it also has done with Venture Timaru for small conferences. So what we've really got to do is have the infrastructure within the organisation to be able to do that, but it's certainly right on our priority list.
See, quite often see the sports that are gaining traction in terms of numbers and everything, but I'm not sure if I have seen, or you might be able to enlighten me around numbers increasing in terms of popularity for tennis?
Yes, so the association is fortunate to employ a coach and also 3 supporting coaches. So grassroots tennis, if I'm correct, has something like over 500 young people, which is just amazing. So the Hot Shots program has been incredibly successful, and feedback and testimonials from primary schools certainly love Connor Brosnan as a coach. So we just need to foster more of that.
Thank you, Councillor Burt. Councillor Booth, and then on this side. No.
Thanks, Nikki. I just wonder if I hear pickleball is a new sport, a racket sport that's taking off around the world. Is that something, that's something that all of the things you mentioned...
Sorry, can you just come to pickleball?
It's a pickleball. Have you heard of pickleball?
Yes, we have.
And so is there anything in the wings for that in regards to your organisation?
Very, very much so. And if you look at organisations, particularly tennis organisations around the world, they've tried to collaborate and bring into their fold pickleball. So our past chair of Tennis South Canterbury participates in that now, and that's something we'll need to work on more and more, as not only more mature participants are participating in that now, but we also get younger people, because eye-hand coordination, whether it's tennis or pickleball, is excellent for that. So, right on.
Are you concerned that we're going to increase the cost of your facility around the ground rental?
Sorry?
Are you concerned that we're going to increase the costs around your ground rental?
I think we've just got to be really, really mindful. What we're trying to do is get more young people in particular involved, and even more mature people. I think that social connection and getting people, young and old, off devices is valuable, and we just need to get them out there participating.
Awesome. That's it, I think. Thank you, Nikki. We appreciate that. And we'll have a discussion on the insurance and what have you tomorrow. Now, have you got another one, Nikki, that you are... No, it's just the two, isn't it?
Francis is going to lead.
Yeah. I have... Sorry, we've got... Rosie probably doesn't mind. Are you okay to wait?
Oh.
But I've also got... is it Alex, is it? No? No, perfect.
Alex is unavailable, so Nikki's going to be standing up.
As well. Oh, we'll just keep going then. So, Rosie, are you okay if we'll... Yeah, because you're here anyway. No, perfect. So we'll move now to, well, either Harcourt's Geraldine Festival or Geraldine and NZ.
Do you want to we'll run with Geraldine .nz?
Welcome, Francis, as well. We'll be in your hands.
Keeping you on your toes, Mayor Bowen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if it's a happy coincidence, but you seem to have put half of the people that I do already know on one side of the room and the ones that I'm not familiar with on the other. So just by way of introduction, my name is Francis Coles. I am a business owner who lives in Ferrari, but calls Geraldine home, and today I have the privilege of sitting here speaking on behalf of Geraldine.nz as the current Deputy Chair of the board, and I'm joined by Nikki as the immediate Vice Chair. Just first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the time and effort that you guys are obviously having to put into a couple of massive days here listening to lots of people, and not just yourselves as elected representatives, but also the staff from the council as well. Massive job, and really appreciate the process that's gone into it in terms of consulting people and the opportunity to have the chance to sit and speak with you today. So thank you very much for that. Also would like to acknowledge that you obviously have some pretty challenging discussions ahead of you. Everybody is wanting something and there's only so much in the pot. So I want to just start off by saying that we are really appreciative of the assistance that we have had in Geraldine for lots of key projects and organisations over time, and hope that that would continue. So yeah, so thank you very much. Appreciate that. So just leading into the submission that we are presenting today, I'll just skim over a few key points out of it, because I will take it that you have all read it, along with the hundreds and thousands of other pages of submissions. But just want to reiterate that it's the view of Geraldine.nz that Council has the balance about right, with an 80-20% split of the things that you obviously are obliged to, services and the necessities and things that have to happen with the spending and the budget that you have available, but also recognising that with the 20% split, the things that are nice to have and more enjoyable things, thanks Stephen, as we as a community are going to be going through some challenging times in the coming years with financial constraints and lots of pressures, it's still important for everyone's well-being and sense of community and so forth to have some things that we can do together that we can enjoy and bring us together as a community. 2021, the Geraldine Strategic Plan happened in consultation with you guys, so thank you very much for that. One of the keys to drop out of there is 8 key objectives, which I would hope that over the coming day from various submissions that you'll see from ourselves and other Geraldine-based groups, a lot of organisations are aligning to those 8 key objectives from the Geraldine Strategic Plan, and really trying hard to work together with you on strategies that align with what you are trying to achieve as a council, but also with a plan and a framework that has been set in place with a lot of involvement by some clever people previously. One of the key things from that was the $200,000 funding to all of the rural communities in the district. And in terms of Geraldine, those funds have so far contributed towards the Geraldine Sculpture Trail that you will hear some more about shortly, and the enhancement of Totara Square, which I hope you've all voted recently for the tree there, for Tree of the Year, and also active transport initiatives. So Geraldine, we like to think, is a community that has a history of working well together, identifying key partnerships and groups such as the council that we can work together with, along with coordinating community groups and clubs and stuff, and yeah, clever individuals to make sure that there is a cohesive plan in place whenever there is a large project need tackled. So that's around like coming up with a strategy for it, raising funds, and yeah, when required, like seeking help from yourselves for some of those things to come to completion. Some of the examples in recent years of things that have happened in Geraldine around that framework would be things like the Geraldine Domain redevelopment. So Geraldine Combined Sports was a community-led group that were very proactive in helping that get across the line. And the Geraldine Sculpture Trail is another example of community and council working together to achieve some fantastic outcomes. In addition to those new projects and ideas coming through with the Geraldine Strategic Plan, obviously there are some upcoming changes required around earthquake strengthening that will affect many businesses in Geraldine. So landlords of businesses will have to address that in the same way that you will for your community-owned assets out there. One of the probably higher profile buildings that is going to affect over time would be the council-owned Geraldine Town Hall/cinema. So we would ask that to ensure that projects and initiatives that like that are coming up on the radar continue to be progressed, that there is a need for continued funding allocation from the council towards that, not just for Geraldine but also for the other rural wards in the way that you've done previously. So we would ask that that is something that could continue so that we can keep on building on that good work that's already come out of the Geraldine Strategic Plan. As I said before, we're also always trying to work in with things that you're already doing. So an example of that would be the active transport strategy that Timaru District Council has in place. Geraldine is a poster town probably for some of that kind of stuff. We've got really active groups in that space around walking, cycling, horse trekking, running groups, like plenty of people that are really regularly using the trails around in and around the township. So Waihi River Trail obviously is key to the Geraldine Sculpture Trail, but there's also ones further afield like along the Orari River that is well used by cyclists, runners and horse riders equally. We also have a really cool initiative out there called Cycling Without Age, which enables older residents of the town to experience time outdoors with the assistance of some pedal power from some slightly younger, fitter people. And in recent years, with the popularity of e-bikes increasing, there is potential to involve more of the outlying areas such as Woodbury, Orari, Pleasant Valley and Peel Forest. But with that comes a need for investment in developing those trails to those outlying areas. So obviously, as well as enjoyment, there is key considerations around safety when you have people sharing the roads. So, yeah, things like this can help generate some slow tourism opportunities for Geraldine. It's well positioned with lots of these starting blocks around us for trails and things, but yeah, it would be great to have people come and stay in town for a while, spend a couple of days biking around and experiencing the wider district as well. So safety is critical for that, and one example of it's an immediate concern would be from the northern boundary of town out towards the Woodbury corner. There are a lot of people that use that road already, like including children biking to and from school, and it is a busy road with high levels of traffic and heavy traffic at that too. So we'd ask that you would consider things like investing in some safety developments along there. Destination playground. So very busy at the north end of town, also very busy in the centre of town. Anyone of you who've been out in Geraldine in the height of summer will see just how busy the playground there and the toilet block. Very popular spot for people to break up their journey, get out, stretch the legs, give the kids a chance to burn off some steam to make the rest of the journey bearable. So it's no surprise that it is one of the district's most popular playgrounds. It is possibly, though, getting towards the end of its useful lifespan in terms of the equipment that is there. So there are some conversations already starting to happen around town about like how that could be replaced, and obviously the rise of the destination playground, which Timaru District is already capitalising on. Yeah, it lends itself to this being the next cab off the rank in terms of a playground that could get a really good visual shot. So yeah, there is a need for a bit of a total renewal of that playground over time though. And I think you would find that would be another project that you would have excellent buy-in from the community and various groups within it to help out with coming up with a strategy for what that might look like, ways that it could reflect the character of the town, and ways that various parties could help with contribute towards funding for it over time. So that could be another exciting project to work together on. Events have long been informally recognised as being the lifeblood of Geraldine. We're known for things such as the Harcourt's Geraldine Festival, as well as other things like the Geraldine Fete, the Geraldine Christmas Parade. The Geraldine Festival would be our main hero event at this point in time. It's well over 30 years it's been happening and attracts people from throughout the South Island, with an estimated 18,000 attendees, I think, at last year's event. So it's pulling in plenty of people, not just to Geraldine, but to the wider Timaru district as well, from the evidence that we're gathering from surveying visitors to the event. As I said, there's also the Summer Fete, the Christmas Parade. The Rock and Hop Geraldine Cruise is a key component of the Rock and Hop Festival that happens here in Timaru. In recent years, we've also had new events start up, such as the Geraldine Motor Muster, the Woodbury Harvest Gala, and Woodbury Food Truck Nights have also been popular. There's been a couple of them held already. And we're also seeing the rise of cultural celebrations, such as Matariki events, the Lunar New Year celebration earlier this year, and Diwali as well. So really exciting opportunities to showcase the diversity of our community. Many of the events that are organised in Geraldine and throughout the district are free to enter, making them accessible and attractive to people from all walks of life. So when we look at that in the framework of this tough financial period that we're anticipating we're heading into, it's pretty valuable for families from within the district to have events like that to be able to attend that do not require a large financial outlay to be there. So they're performing an important social function as well, of bringing people together. But along with that, they're bringing visitors to the town and the wider district who spend money while they're here in terms of places they stay, places they eat, fueling up their car, all those little things that happen when you're away on a trip. So the events also serve as a taster experience, both for Geraldine, but also the wider Timaru district. So we'd also request that funding support from the council is vital for the continuation and growth of these such events that put both Geraldine and the wider district on the map for the visitor market. You'll hear from Rosie more about the Geraldine Sculpture Trail in time, so I will just touch briefly on that with the fact that work's been underway since 2021 and we are now almost completing the logistical side of things and about to step into the exciting phase of having a focus on attracting and funding further sculptures, with some of them, thanks to the gallery here in Timaru, already in place along the trail. But part of the success of that program has also been the fact that, again, it's another example of how community groups have become involved with it. So we have like the Waihi River Trail volunteer group, and through their involvement, we've also had the opportunity to have some pretty rare and threatened varieties of rhododendrons planted along the trail, and also some plants of significance in Todd Park. So we feel that there's also potentially an opportunity there for council to consider the parts of the walk that have these plants on them potentially being satellite aspects of the Botanic Gardens collections here in Timaru. So again, taking a district-wide approach, but something that Geraldine can add its own unique flavour to. So we thank you very much for all the support that has come to that project over recent years, and just request that you keep us front of mind for keeping things trucking along there. We've done so much good work, it's great to keep the momentum going as we install more artworks and make it a real talking point of visits to Geraldine. In terms of a community hub for Geraldine, like many other communities, we're faced with ageing buildings that can be costly to operate and maintain, and obviously can be affected by the earthquake strengthening requirements that are upcoming. And in 2018, there was a sports and recreation facilities review in Geraldine, which sort of highlighted the fact that it's important to rationalise the number of buildings over time to make that job easier to do. And that's a concept that can apply to community buildings and things as well. Traditionally, Geraldine was potentially a town that a lot of people liked the idea of retiring to, but we actually have many young families and also attract lots of students and agricultural workers and young professionals to the town as well. And as a result, we've actually got quite a diverse town and well over 100 different clubs and groups that we need to find a way to sustainably in the future meet their needs. Discussions or the outcomes of upcoming assessments or things around its suitability with earthquake strengthening requirements and things, but Geraldine.nz does want to encourage the community to start talking openly and constructively about community space needs for the future and how they'll be met. So we would really like council to be part of that conversation as well. A community hub is a concept that should be considered as part of discussions around the future of the main street and the cinema. And a well-planned and executed hub would offer a range of flexibly sized spaces within a modern, light, warm and well-fitted building that would be suitable for use of recreation, hobbies, special interest and community groups, as well as for other uses such as the cinema. You've already heard from Nikki about the Peel Forest Outdoor Centre, so it's another hero of our town, which is ideally positioned close to Peel Forest and all of the amazing environmental things that happen there. And tourism is our calling card in Geraldine. It's an important contributor to the Timaru district's economy, and Geraldine is a gateway to the Timaru district for northbound traffic of tourists coming through. So while COVID saw international visitor numbers decline considerably across the country, it also gave rise to domestic travellers, and Geraldine actually weathered that storm relatively well, with people choosing to explore locally rather than abroad. We've spent time in recent years strengthening our relationship with Venture Timaru, and they've done a fantastic job of promoting tourism in the district and incorporating Geraldine into those promotions as well. So yeah, we think it's a great place to live, and it's definitely, when you look at things like the Destination Development Plan, tourism advisory groups and things like that, they'll all recognise that Geraldine and its attractions are the gem and the crown of the Timaru district. It's also awesome to see things such as the Raptor Experience, Maori Rock Art, Scoff Food Festival, vintage machinery trails, cruise ship visits, lots of other exciting things happening in the Timaru district. Qualmark rated accommodation providers, of which we now have a 5-star one in Geraldine. So continuing to develop hero experiences is going to be vital to the district in terms of keeping to attract those tourism visitors to come here, visit, take time and spend money in our district that we can then filter down to the residents and businesses from within it. So yeah, I think that kind of is, in a nutshell, covers off all the things that we've got in our submission. I think I may have a little bit of time left. If anyone's got any questions, I will endeavour to answer them the best I can.
You've used the time well. Questions specifically, team? Yep, Councillor Pyatt.
You talk about the Geraldine Cinema. We had the Arts Academy in here before, and I decided not to ask a question, I'll let other people. But have you talked to them about would that be a suitable venue for their activities, or do you have a whole another thing in mind?
Just speaking from personal experience with being involved with the preschool board when they used to occupy the site that's owned by that is now taken up by the Performing Arts Academy, they'll be facing the same challenges in terms of earthquake strengthening and things too. So there's probably going to need to be a solution that, is fit for purpose and can house both, really.
And if I can just add to that, I think that's going to be critical. We're at a period now where courageous, contentious discussions really need to take place, and it's a time for people to perhaps put some egos and personal things aside to actually come together, because the buildings, we actually want buildings to be used 80-90% of the time, not 5-10%, and not every building can be maintained or should be maintained. So that might cause some major challenges, but we've got to be up for it and we've got to do it.
Yeah, it's a good point around consolidation, isn't it? Fit for purpose. Any more questions over this side? No, this side? No, all good. Thank you. It's been a Geraldine morning and afternoon so far, hasn't it? More of Geraldine to come. Welcome, Rosie. Thanks, Francis, appreciate that. Floor is yours,
Thank
Rosie
you.
and Nikki.
Okay, well, once again, Geraldine does feature really high, and when are you all moving to Geraldine? Because it's such a wonderful place.
Did they answer?
No, well, they all laughed, meaning yes, they're coming.
There you go, so your presentation's
Oh,
just...
okay, thank you. So, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity of being here today, to bring this wonderful project just to the front so you can actually see for yourselves as to what we've been doing out in Geraldine and the Geraldine Sculpture Trail. So on the pretty pictures that are up on the board for you there's a spring view of the blossoms that are walking towards the Pat Foster sculptures, which have been kindly donated by the Argentine Art Gallery, along with Lockton Lovin, the one at the bottom there, which was on the day of installation. There's been a lot of chatter about what was going on, and it's proved to be a really great facility for children to climb all over and play on, which I had one member of the public ring and tell me, you know, in big consternation about a child climbing all over it, and I think she got the wrong response from me, which was I was absolutely applauding it and thrilled that a child was so in love with what we've put on the trail for them to enjoy. There's a photograph there of the Geraldine Sculpture Trail signage, which you'll see around loops 1 and 2. There will be more signage going up because now we have finished the development of Loop 3. And Loop 3 goes down Talbot Street, past that wonderful little record keeper cafe and into the Domain. Thank you very much, TDC, for providing the footpath that joins the end of that car park all the way around to where the sporting facilities are. So thank you very much for that. And then as we carry on up, like all of our loops, they all touch on the CBD. So the magical part of this project is that people who are visiting our area, when they stop and use the playground or want to have a coffee break, they are merely just steps away from being able to enjoy this trail. Let me just see if I can. No. Yeah. So just recently, we completed the viewing platform, which you'll see there on the left. The viewing platform provides a shaft directly opposite the Waihi River to where a sculpture will be sited. There was a lot of chatter amongst the Geraldine community as to what we're going to be viewing, and I was just pleased that they were talking about us. That was the important thing. And it does offer view shafts up the river as well as down the river, so that integration between art and nature, we just want to provide that opportunity. You'll see there on the right where Francis alluded to the rhododendron dell. This is Loop 2, which passes directly through the rhododendron dell, and we work very closely with that group, the Waihi River Volunteer Group, who are looking after all the plants and just continually providing just that beautiful natural environment for everyone to enjoy. It is a real lift to see people using that, to see them out on their mobility scooters, mums and dads pushing prams. It's just really heartening how much the community has embraced what we're doing. What I want to talk to you about today is that I'm not here to ask for too much. I just really want to acknowledge and thank you for all your support, for what you have provided for us to date, which is your expertise from the different departments and staff members, which we thoroughly enjoy working with. So here we go. So on the right there is Dave Atwood. He leads the Waihi River Volunteer Group. And on the left there, you'll see some wonderful children from the Geraldine High School who recently came out and helped us plant thousands of bulbs which go along the Memorial Walkway in Kennedy Park. So if you are out that way, and I do invite you all to please let me know if you're coming. I'd love to show you around any time at all. What else do I want to say to you today? The sculpture is, the trail as you know it, we are actually coming towards the end construction side of the elements on the trail, like the viewing platform. TDC are looking after the boardwalk, which will take, I think, will be quite a big, hard element that's going on to that Loop 1. And I thank TDC for taking on that project. It's a very large project, and it will be time-consuming, but it'll be amazing when it's done. We already have interest in some of the artists that wish to suspend sculptures that the public, as they pass down, will be able to have a look at art on the way down. We are morphing more into talking to artists, and we are thoroughly enjoying the process of inviting them to come and present to our art advisory group. And in that process, we are now consolidating on framework type documentation that we obviously need to have in place. I'm talking with Sue Elliott from the Wellington Sculpture Trail, Melissa Reimer from Taitapu, both incredibly generous with their knowledge about what we're doing and so supportive and excited for where we're heading with this project. For me, it's really important to make sure that we are aligned with what's going on around New Zealand, not just here, so that when we are talking to artists, our commission that we will be requiring from them needs to be in line with other entities around the country. And similarly, when it comes to contractual arrangements, that we're not asking for anything that's not acceptable or too far out of the norm. So the research into that is some of the conversations that I've been having recently. So really, is there anything else? Yeah.
I'll just add to what Rosie's said as chair of this project group. This is a beautiful example of a project whereby the Timaru District Council and the local Geraldine community and other funders have come together to actually bring a project to life. And I want to applaud the TDC and the staff, because certainly when you look at the tracks and the trails, what is just so heartening is when you see mums pushing children in little buggies, when you see people in mobility scooters being able to take in and enjoy the credible vista of the Geraldine Trail. So that was certainly one of our key objectives, to ensure that the majority of the trails could be utilised by everyone. And again, thank you to the TDC and everyone who's helped.
Thanks, Nat. I just really want to finish off by showing you, this is the Art Advisory Group, and the gentleman there with us is Andrew Drummond, who's a kinetic sculptor up in Christchurch. We were really fortunate that day to see 4 of his sculptures in this particular garden that's just outside Geraldine. So we are actually talking to him about bringing our inaugural sculpture, which is hopefully one of his. It's a 5-metre high kinetic sculpture, and we already have significant funding towards the purchase of this. It'll be a commissioned piece, and another application I just sent off on Sunday afternoon to the Henry Moore Foundation in England, which does support international applications. So there's a fund there for £20,000, which we, last time, 6 months ago, where I applied for that fund, we actually made their shortlist. So it's very heartening to know that we are being talked about, not just here and around, but internationally. And fingers crossed will be successful. I'll let you know how we go on that one. So this one here, so that's actually the Andrew Drummond sculpture there on the right. So you can imagine that at 5 metres high, once it's sitting on a plinth, all those components, the 3 main components of it, are move with the wind. You'll notice there a lovely couple on the left. I was out actually scoping the site as to where to place a sculpture, and this couple came up to me and wanted to know what on earth I was doing. So I said, "Would you mind helping me? I'm trying to imagine what a sculpture would look like." And this is their lovely rendition of being a sculpture. it all happens in Geraldine, I tell you. And below are just to show you the Pat Foster sculptures in situ. Thank you very much for today, and if there's any questions.
Brilliant, thank you, team. Questions for Rosie? Councillor Booth.
Just so kinetic, so that means it moves with the wind, is that right?
Yep,
Right.
so those three components, I wished I'd had an MP4, which I have on my laptop, but it actually shows all three pieces moving, and they're independent, so that, it's amazing.
Lovely. Anything over here? No. And Nige T and I are going out for a tiki tour with Rosie at some point, so I'll flick that date around if anyone wants to carpool and come out if you're available. Thank you, team. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
I think that's Geraldine can have the rest of the day off, maybe, is it?
You don't want us to talk about the festival?
Sorry, I thought that had been included within the within Francis's decision. I thought that was included.
Yeah, no, that's okay. What I can quickly do,
No, yeah, do you want to
Rosie,
just?
I might need.
Do you need it?
Is it,
Yeah.
okay,
No.
I'll wait.
That's right. Oh, sorry, have you got a presentation? No, my apologies. I thought that was
Sorry.
sort of combined the two.
Yeah, no, look,
Yeah.
Nigel, it's no problem. Look, again, thank you for the opportunity to comment. And this is certainly going to be focused on the Harcourt's Geraldine Festival and how it combines or aligns with the community wellbeing and economic development outcomes of the Timaru District Council. I'd just like to, looking up on the television screen, talk or show, I guess, the vibrancy and the faces of people who are attending. So this is a 3-day event, and it starts on the Thursday evening with the launch of the Alpine Energy art exhibition, and then the Friday is a key day for the main streets. The Saturday it moves into the Geraldine Domain, and what an incredible venue and site for people young and old and families to be picnicking and enjoying the festivities of the festival. You can see here just various sites and people. And as Francis mentioned, and you'll see from the submission, up to 18,000 people attend the festival over the 3 days in Geraldine. It's a really good drone shot of the domain on the Saturday, and people, one of those streets is actually closed off, but then to the right, underneath all the trees, is the domain, where there's still thousands of people participating as well. The art exhibition, an Alpine Energy Arts Award, has been running for a number of years, and I'll touch on that shortly. And we appreciate the support of Alpine Energy for the art exhibition. Last year was the first time we involved the local photography club. So again, trying to pull in the various creative groups within the community. And that had between 300 and 400 people attend that exhibition, which is all credit to the photography club. And that's just a very quick overview on the site map for the Friday and also the Saturday as part of the safety management plan that needs to be put together. So the Harcourt's Geraldine Festival was formerly the Geraldine Arts and Plants Festival, and it's a not-for-profit multi-day event that showcases Geraldine and the wider Timaru district, attracting around 18,000 participants for market stall days, art and photography exhibitions, open gardens, food and live performances of music and theatre, and much more. The festival is Geraldine's largest annual event and one of a small suite of events that has the district-wide impact. While the GFest has a solid operating model and a successful track record. It is free to enter the 3-day event and relies heavily on funding support from the Timaru District Council. And I wish to acknowledge the support of the council, both from a funding and a road traffic management perspective. Thank you. Additional applications for funding support were made to the TDC Community Events Fund and in more recent times to the Major Event Fund administered by Venture Timaru. The long-term plan consultation has highlighted the challenges facing the council and community in balancing spending with service provision. The Festival Committee acknowledges that there is a need for prudent budgeting during the coming period. However, the community must still be able to come together to enjoy events, especially those that they can contribute to and participate in. And we must continue to attract visitors to the district to attract their vital spending contribution. So to that end, the Harcourt's Geraldine Festival Committee urges the council to continue to provide funding for events via the Community Events Fund and the Major Events Fund as administered by Venture Timaru to ensure that events across the district can continue and develop over the next 10 years, and also recognise the importance of events to the whole of the district. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Sorry, on this one, any questions? No, fabulous. Oh, yes, one. Yeah, no, you're right. Councillor Booth. Councillor Booth, apologies.
Oh, bloody hell.
I yeah.
You're wine afterwards.
We'll sort this out
Thank
afterwards. Apologies.
Bloody hell.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you very much, Nikki, for all of your presentations. I'm part of BT and I'm a director on there, and we are really excited about what Geraldine Festival does for our community. And the last 3 rounds, Geraldine Festival has been rewarded. So 20,000 last year, 25,000 the previous year, and 7.5 in 21. I was just trying to find the policy wording, but I think we, and Councillor Booth may be able to help me, I think we have a 3-year sort of criteria in there, which means that the next year you would not be eligible. Have you thought about that significant contribution that is given and how you may look to source that from other areas, because that's the Major Event Fund?
Good question, Stacey. We actually thought we had another year to go as a result of that transition to or underneath Geraldine.nz, because it would have been previously the other incorporated society. So we thought we have one more. And as part of that, yes, we're very aware that what we've been trying to do is actually get to a point where we are trying to build some reserves so that when that does get to the 3-year mark, we will need to look at additional funding. So it's good to raise. We did think we had another year to go.
And I think there's been some policy tweaks on the VT one. That was our original one.
Yeah.
But there's some review going on as well. But great to hear that you're building reserves for that purpose as well, because that makes fantastic sense. Any other questions on this side? No, thanks, Nikki. Thanks for your contribution this afternoon.
Fantastic.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that. Thanks for your passion out there.
We'll keep flying the flag for Geraldine. Great place to live. Thank you.
I'm getting feedback via text messages. This is just a Geraldine long-term plan. No worries. Now, apologies. Now, welcome Nadine and Leon. Are you joining, or are you going to watch from the? He can. Welcome, Nadine, and lovely to see you again. Yeah, perfect. We'll just pass them, or we'll hand them out if you like. Awesome. Floor's yours. You've got roughly 10 minutes, and just save a little bit for questions. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Is that on? Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the concerns about our road. You will see on the screen an aerial view of the area that I'm here to discuss. Over the last 5 years, various residents have had discussions with council regarding the safety concerns we have. In 2022, we formed a group to centralise our communication, and I am the representative of those residents. At the annual plan in 2023, we presented our concerns, and now we are here to present in the LTP. The purpose of our presentation is to make a plea to the council to get a 2.2 kilometre section of road sealed for safety reasons. Rolling Ridges is approximately 11 kilometres long. There is a 2.2 kilometre section of this road that is unsealed. We are considered rural, but we are only 15 minutes from the CBD. There is a high volume of traffic along these roads. There are 9 households that I represent in this presentation. There are 13 households along this stretch of road, as shown at the top of the map that you can see. We have 5 areas of concern: the safety and conditions of the road, the increasing traffic volumes, that this is a bus route for both primary and high school students, that there is excessive dust, and finally, there is poor water quality. Recent meter readings have been done and show a 140% increase in the average daily total. The heavy vehicles have increased by 162%. I note that engineers estimate that a fully loaded truck causes more damage on a road than 5,000 cars. Some road planners say that that toll is even higher, as it would take close to 10,000 cars to equal the damage caused by one heavy truck. We have 14 heavy vehicles per day using this road, and this meter reading was not taken during the peak egg week. The council records show that there have been 5 crashes in CAS, the police database, between 2019 and 2024. There have been an additional 5 crash reports in CRM, the Timaru District Council database. Residents have also been keeping records of crashes. Between 21 and 23, we reported 12 crashes to either the police or Timaru District Council. Between 2020 and 2023, we have reported 4 near-miss accidents. Between 21 and 23, we have reported 4 dangerous driving incidents. And finally, between 21 and 23, we've reported 24 road safety or quality issues. The best way to show you our concerns is through videos that we have captured. These videos show you what all road users endure using these roads. These videos are often difficult to capture, and they do not show the severity of the dust or the lack of visibility that you see in real life. I have also removed the sound from these videos, as there is some language that is inappropriate for this audience. This video was taken by a parent waiting at the bus stop for their children. This is a very large truck driving very fast along Rolling Ridges Road. This video was taken driving along Rolling Ridges Road towards Fraser Road, following a large truck. There is little to no visibility of the vehicles travelling towards you at all. As the driver is about to turn left into Fraser Road, you will see a rider on a horse at the location of the bus stop where the children would stand to catch their bus. This video was taken at the intersection of Sutherlands Road and Rolling Ridges Road. As the driver approaches the intersection, they have absolutely no visibility of vehicles at the intersection. This video was taken on Rolling Ridges Road. A very large truck is approaching with a full truck and trailer load. Thankfully, this truck is not speeding. However, the driver of the car has to pull to the side of the road and stop due to there not being enough space on the road for both vehicles. This video is collecting the mail on Rolling Ridges Road. A truck is driven on the road at speed, and this dust cloud is what has been produced. This video is of a small truck driving on Rolling Ridges Road. A small car approaches and quickly slows down due to the lack of visibility. There are young people who also target roads like ours. They are a risk to themselves and other users on the road, as seen in this video. In the previous annual plan, I mentioned that there had been at least 8 accidents or incidents that had occurred in the area. The next 2 slides are 2 accidents that have occurred in the last 6 months. This was a vehicle that flipped on Sutherland's Road last year. You can see that it was dry, clear conditions. This is the road that the high school bus travels twice a day. This accident occurred in November 2023 on Rolling Ridges Road, involving a Rokali High School student who lost control on the gravel. There is no cell phone service in this area, but thankfully the student was able to walk to a neighbour to get assistance. 4 metres ahead of his vehicle is a large ditch that runs into a creek. What funding is available to prevent any further accidents? Is the seal extension policy the correct funding model? There are approximately 750 kilometres of roads unsealed in the Timaru district. We have been advised that this long-term plan has no funding for seal extensions in the next 10 years. In the last 10 years, only 13 kilometres of roads have been sealed in the district. As there is no funding in this LTP, and there is little to no chance of getting either any further road sealed. There will be a span of 20 years that there will be minimal to no new road sealing in the district. This is a graph of all the roads that have been sealed in the last 10 years. Of the 13 kilometres of roads that have been sealed, the breakdown is as follows: 3 kilometres funded under the seal extension budget, 4.2 funded under the Loadhill Road Improvements for Safety, 1.9 kilometres privately funded, and 3 kilometres under the water budget. We would like to request that the Council then consider sealing our road under other funding models. For example, the low-cost, low-risk funding that was recently used for the Rangitata Gorge Road seal extensions, or the local road improvement safety funding, which most roads appear to have been sealed under. Recently, Rangitata Gorge Road had 2 short traction seals completed. These were sealed under the Wakakotahi low-cost, low-risk budget, which is separate from the seal extension budget. Although there is significant heavy traffic on this road, mostly logging trucks, there are no households on this road. During the annual plan submission in 2023, we asked that the Council consider a matrix of unsealed roads to provide transparency and enable the Council to consider all roads when seal approvals were sought. This framework for this matrix has been completed, but no data has been input because there is no funding available. We would like to note that the minutes of the infrastructure meeting in 2023, councillors requested the matrix framework to enable them to consider all roads when considering seal extensions. It is disappointing that this matrix has not been populated, as in the future, this would be an incredible source document to proactively improve roads in the next 10 years if there is either additional funding available or an underspend. This is an excerpt from the Far North District Council website. Their matrix lists hundreds of unsealed roads that they proactively monitor to be able to improve roads for their residents. They also use it to mitigate the effects of dust by using dust suppressant on their roads for residents. If the Far North District Council can do it, so can we. In conclusion, I hope this presentation has shown the safety concerns we have for all users of our road. The traffic meter readings show a massive increase in road users, which will continue to grow. We asked the council, is there any funding available under a different funding model? Our road generates as much dust as a quarry, but quarries have strict mitigation rules. The poor visibility caused by the dust is impacting driver safety and the safety of all road users. Alternatively, if the road is unable to be sealed, would the council mitigate the dust to improve visibility through dust suppression application? The matrix of unsealed roads was created to assist councillors in decision making. Not populating the framework makes this matrix pointless. If more funding became available or there was an underspend, this would be a key document to make improvements to the roading in the district. Only 13 kilometres of sealed roads in a 20-year time span is inadequate. I've also included a printout of the Waka Kotahi Research Report 590. This report shows the impacts of exposure to dust on unsealed roads. I ask that councillors take time to read this report. It is our plea to get this section of road sealed for safety. It is only a matter of time before there is a significant accident on these roads. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadine. Appreciate that. Councillors, questions? There's probably a few questions for council officers tomorrow in regard to that, including population of the matrix. It's a very good point. So we'll, just include that into deliberation. So, no, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, Nadine, one question. So what's the farmers' views around that area?
I've attended the Taiko Hall AGM last year with the farmers that border that area, and everyone at the AGM, I let them know what I was doing and they were supportive of this. I also note that I represent Barry and Heather Scott in this as well, so those are the other farmers that I'm aware of. So as far as I'm aware, I've let everybody in the area know and they are supportive of this, but I haven't listed them on here as such, but I've certainly informed them.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Councillor Burt.
Just noticing the trucks, it seems to be a bit of seasonality around the type of truck that we saw there. Is there other truck use? Because
Absolutely. It's difficult to capture the videos. You're obviously driving a lot of the time, so it really just depends on when you have the opportunity to quickly grab your cell phone. So there's a significant number of trucks, ferrying trucks. Seems to be a bit of a shortcut between Pleasant Point and maybe Pariora or something like that. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we move now. Welcome Don Murray. Is Don here? No. Online? Oh, there we go. Sorry, did I? Oh, welcome Don. How are you? We can't hear you yet. Oh, you're on mute, I think. Oh, no, still on mute, Don. No, it's not our end. Can you hear us? Yep. No, so we're just not hearing you at the moment. It looks like we're all good from this end. Can you just... Is that a mute or a pin? Yeah, it's a pin. It's all right. No, still not able to... Oh, yeah, that might be an option. Do you want to try disconnecting your headphones? Are you able to use it without those? That might be the issue. No, we're just going to flick you. Oh no. Yeah, so if you can try and disconnect your headphones, is that an option or not? Just to unplug them, yeah. What we might do Don, we'll give you a call and then we'll try and reconnect you because we're not able to hear you. We're okay with lip reading, but not that good. So we'll connect with you. Brendan's going to give you a call shortly. Yep, perfect. Thank you. Alrighty, so while we get Don sorted, I'll welcome Sean. Thanks, Sean, from Sport Canterbury, and submission is on page 542. Welcome, Sean.
Kia ora, thank you. First of all, thank you for time today and the opportunity to provide some feedback via the LTP. I'll start off by acknowledging that I have asked for everything cost-wise to stay low and then for you to increase investment as well. So I know that I'm asking for a lot when you're trying to balance the books, but you may as well have a crack every now and then, right? So I guess just a little bit more context around, I guess, the social return on investment of sport and recreation, because it's more about, it's more than just about getting people physically active and having a nice venue to play sport in, but you know, the development of skills, the strengthening of social networks, bringing communities together and improving pride in one's community is really important, and I think aligns really, really closely with your council outcomes as well. So Sport New Zealand undertook a study in 2019 and they valued the social return on investment being at $2.12 for every $1 invested. So while you might not always see that return in a dollar sense, I think it's really clear and obvious through a social and community wellbeing perspective. I guess just want to reiterate, like we do continue for the advocation of we do advocate for continued investment in the infrastructure of community facilities. Facilities and programs, particularly those ones that provide opportunities to be physically active. I guess flipping over to the other side of it, the proposed user fee increase, I guess part of my submission was really asking for a wee bit of time on that, particularly around allowing us to work with the sport and recreation community. We've got a number of clubs and activity providers that are struggling. The charitable dollar is getting harder, so if we're given a bit of time to maybe work with them around some financial planning and do some preparation, we just want them to remain sustainable. So just the opportunity to do some work with there. In addition, I think there's still probably some operational efficiencies and pilots that we could try as well. I know we've started to work with TDC around things at the stadium, but also, you know, is there further investment into a program or a person or an organisation around programs to activate these spaces more and provide that additional income? And I guess with the proposed redevelopment at Aorangi Park, is there an opportunity to trial some more opportunities, particularly around, I guess, flexible pricing for when the venues are not used? You know, just really enhance the opportunity for sporting groups to go in there and use them. I think this is now a good time while we move towards that. Again, supportive of the Aorangi Park redevelopment, just probably want to stress the importance of a decision and what that looks like, and if we can move to that quickly. There is definitely a need, and that need was actually identified in the draft work undertaken in December 2020, so we're a wee while since then. And in addition to what we land on, it'd be really cool to see some operational costings for the end user, what that's going to look like for our sporting groups and their ability to plan for that as well. But yeah, that's generally me.
Councillor Oliver.
Just one quick question, Sean. You came to us several months ago asking to provide the facility be open more often, so it could be used more often. Is what's come of that?
Really good. So partnership with, I guess, the Sport and Rec team or the community development team. Really good. I think we sort of dipped our toe in the water by providing the facility be open by our staff through the April school holidays. And generally, if you popped up, there were always kids there. Just $5 a go, they sort of seemed to enjoy it. We didn't advertise it really, really full on because we were only just getting into it, but I think we'll step that up through July and October breaks to see that as an option more. So a starting point, and it's really good.
Awesome. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Sean, and I think too, I know my teenage kids really enjoyed that as well, so I think there's a cross-section of youth actually utilising that, which I thought was awesome too. Sean, my question for you is, you talk about efficiencies in sport, and I am involved with multiple sports in South Canterbury who are struggling financially around that administration sort of component of the business. Do you, with the businesses that, or the sports that you're working with, do you see that it's administration, that support that's required, or where do you think some efficiencies could be?
Yeah.
So we, you know, because that charitable dollar is getting extremely hard
Yeah,
to get.
I do think it's probably an administration burden, I think. And one thing we're starting to do from a Sport Canterbury perspective is, I guess, provide that service at a cost to the sports, but rather than them all having to employ someone, maybe we can pick up some of those administrative hours internally. So it could be anything from, you know, running your finances in Xero right through to preparing of accounts to even some social media support like that and website development. So we're trying to move into that space as well. Other sporting codes within South Canterbury are having some conversations, which is really pleasing as well, around where those efficiencies could be. So.
See that there's opportunity for that with the park redevelopment, you know, like that administration or, you know, across, there's multiple sports up there.
Yeah, I would hope so. I think it's probably just around about, I mean, I think in the park redevelopment that user group has been really good in everyone taking their head off and being in it for the greater good. So if we can continue that mindset into some of these efficiencies, then yes, but it's about not being too protective about your own code and doing it for the greater good. So always a challenge. It's just like those governance challenges, taking your head off as a parent or as something else and moving into that. Not easy, but can be done.
Any further questions? No, all good. Yeah, some obvious partnership opportunities moving forward up there, so appreciate that, Sean.
Easy.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. So we're going to move on and we'll come back to Don Murray when we get him sorted.
Take care.
Aussie.
Bye.
Oh, is he there? Oh. Welcome, Don. Looks like we've got it sorted. You can hear us and... Or not? So, Don, do you want to speak and just see if we can hear you?
I can't hear.
Oh, well, we can actually hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can, yep.
Right.
Yep.
Well, that being the case, I'll just try putting my headphones on and seeing if that kills things. And if it does, I will take them off again.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work at all. Yep. No, you'll have to disconnect them again. Can we? Yeah, no, take them out. We've got to flick them, send them a message.
Now, can you hear?
Yeah, we can, yeah. So you go
Okay.
for it, Don, we're listening and...
An unpleasant way of beginning.
No, that's
and
all right.
I wanted to start by giving you guys some bouquets and acknowledging the bouquets that some of the earlier presenters had given. But the one that I want to add is that the 50K signs on Rangatata Road and Peel Forest Road are now up, and it's a cause of celebration for all the people in the village. The length of road that's got the 50K added to it through Peel Forest adds 1.7 minutes to the journeys for the logging trucks that come through. So yes, they are being slowed down by having to travel at 50 kilometres, but it's a darn sight earlier. Now, if I'm going to try and switch to another screen, this is a dangerous thing to do, given the fun that I've had just before. Can you see what's on those screens?
Yes, we can. Yep, that's great.
Can you see?
Yes, we can. Yep. Yes, we can.
Oh, right. Basically, all I'm saying there is a summary of what mostly I was responding to. Basically, I agree with the overall picture that you people have advocated for. I want to talk mostly about cycling. And one of the other councillors said, look, we've got cycle tracks, and had actually looked at the 2018 report on active transport that you people produced, or that the council produced. Now, you can see all of those wonderful tracks, but they're recreational. They're not something that can be used every day for commuting. And that report, which, although it goes through to June 2017, was produced by the council in January 2018, shows that the cycling rate is not even close to the target, and it was deteriorating. Now, council officers were very helpful and responded to my request, and this is the data that you're likely to see about the responses for cycling in the next report that comes out. The thing I want you to notice is the ends at the bottom. 76 people and 74, 79, 72. Out of the population of about 50,000 people in the district, they've sampled there, that number of people for how satisfied they were. And as far as footpath safety, the numbers go a bit higher, but there's still a very small fraction of the population of the district. And when you compare them, you can see that this large green area, which represents people responding between 6 and 10 on a 1 to 10 scale about satisfaction, it all seems pretty good. The point I want to make, though, is that how many of those people are actually cyclists? And if you look at the level of cycling, you can see that according to the data that's been collected, we've got people, we're beating the target. If you look over on the right-hand side of both of those, the top part is just a comparison of 2019 and 2023. The bottom line gives you the whole of that data stream. According to this, we're doing pretty well. But in fact, of course, most of the people sampled are not cyclists. They're people who live, and yes, they might do recreation cycling in the recreation areas, but they're not cycling as a way of commuting. And one of the things about it all is that the aspirations are excellent, but that cyclists have to make do with road conditions. Now, this is a picture of Beaconsfield Road after the road improvements, and they're really good for motorists. They're not so good for cyclists. You can see the curbing on that bend there. Now, cyclists coming along there when a heavy truck trundled up behind them were able to go off the road and sort of cycle on the grass as a safety measure. The big trucks weren't inclined to cross the white line as they go round the corner, And so it was pretty important for the cyclists to take evasive action. And that picture on the left shows you going up the hill. The picture on the right shows what it looks like when you get round the bend. So the curbing is in the road. It's also got another feature there, which is the gravel. But I'm going to emphasise that on this slide. This road improvement, as I say, was excellent for vehicles like trucks and cars. However, people walking, even out there on that gravel, occasionally have stones and chip flicked up at them by the vehicles that trundle along, because there's so much loose gravel about. And the picture on the right shows the other problem that cyclists have. In order to keep water off the road, oh, what about a ditch? Now, that's all right if it's a country road and only used occasionally by vehicles. But if it's a logging truck and you're trying to get out of the road of either the wind that it creates or just two big vehicles crossing each other, to have to ride down into the ditch is pretty tricky. The active transport plan has these wonderful aspirations, and all of them are things that I think we would all agree with. The problem is that these are aspirations and not actions that happen again and again and again. So what I'm asking for is that instead of reducing the budget for cycle lanes in the district to 500,000, that it be at least 1 million or perhaps 2 or 3 million. And I know these figures were quoted by the spokes representative yesterday. At present, what we've got are aspirations rather than actions, cyclists having to make do, and the last point, half-finished routes. Now, one of the people who used to try and advocate to the council made the point that a lot of men, mostly, but a lot of people work out at Washdyke, and there's a cycle lane that goes half the way, but it doesn't complete the trip. And as a result, even brave young men who are likely to do all kinds of groovy things with their mountain bikes on the weekend are not willing to ride a bike to work because it's too dangerous. Now I'm going to try and stop the thing there and get a picture of me back. That is my submission. It's really a request that more money be advocated in the long-term plan for the council's commitment to cycling lanes and routes. And particularly, even if it's not, it might be that some of that money is for somebody who actually reviews roading improvements and says, just a minute, what's the result of this for somebody trying to ride a bike? Thanks.
Brilliant. Thanks, Don, and thank you for your submission. Sorry about those technical difficulties. Any questions on this side? No, really well presented, and you gave some good focus to cycling and those challenges in there, as we have challenges with the budgets in that space. So we'll be deliberating on that tomorrow. So thank you for taking the time to submit, and thank you for obviously being passionate in the space and watching on to our online presence as well. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for putting up with it all. And Sorry?
No, you're right. You go.
Did someone else say something?
No, it's
No.
no.
Well, I'm happy to finish here.
Brilliant. Thanks, Don. Appreciate that. Alrighty, team will move now to Don Binney, who we've got in council building. Welcome, Don. And Don's submission, where was it? On page 130. So just push that button when you're ready, Don. Green light will come on. Yeah, that's it. Go for it.
Mr Mayor, councillors and burgess, it's 20 years more since I had any real knowledge of council operations. So some of the statements I make are possibly wrong. Now, I can't do a detailed analysis of the information supplied. I have to go back to first principles. So ideas I toss up may already be in hand. Good. Others are suggestions. Now, the debt cap. I think you should do your budget with a target of in the 2.2 to 2.3, but with provision in an emergency to go up to 2.5. I can't see us surviving on 2.1. So that's the sort of compromise I would look for in the debt cap management. Now, the quick payoff of debt, a simplistic approach is you pay the debt as fast as possible, so you pay the least interest. And if you can do that, the combined total of debt and interest is less. Now, I think you're all aware of the way your mortgage payments go. Interest for the first few years building up to capital. So I just suggest that the faster you pay off, the better. Now, in a long life project, say 100 years, the council in the past never cash depreciated. That's why we're in the mess we are now. So I suggest you pay off the mortgage as fast as possible, but do not pay cash depreciation while you're doing that. Then after the debt is paid off, you raise the depreciation for the balance of the life of the asset. That may or may not give you a better long life spread of cost and total cost. Just a suggestion, maybe worth it. Now, I've got to look up what the heck number 3 was. Gosh, sorry. Well, that's right. Getting the balance of the essentials versus peripheries, I call them. I'm an engineer, so obviously I'm biased. So I say to council, what was council formed for? If you go back to history, to supply a water supply, a drainage system, roads, and what was the 4th? That's right, sewer. Now, no individual in the early pioneer days could pay for it themselves. So selectively, a cooperative was formed called a council with the combined assets of the district, raised the capital for these works. And they are essential. Without even one of them continuing to function 100%, you're, well, I can't think of a polite word for broadcast. I think you see my point though. Those 4 things must be guaranteed at all times. Hence my say, I want to see more money put into maintenance and replacement of those items. Enough of that subject. Now, a generalisation. New Zealand has been living beyond its income for umpteen years, and councils have been doing much the same thing by not cash depreciating. Now, I think you can see that if you want to get money to help you out on any problems you have with central government, your chances are less than zero, so you're on your own for replacement of assets. That's my opinion. I'm not an economist. In fact, 30 billion external debt for the whole country is scary. I always see import restrictions, austerity. Worst case, of course, if it doesn't happen, you're happy. Now, we need to go back, in my personal opinion, to a very, very harsh investment of capital. Need, forget the wants, forget the likes, at least for the time being, till we can sort out the future. Now, you are looking at a heritage centre, unknown capital cost up in the millions. Is it necessary? You already have 3 museums owned by the council. And I'll say this much, I'd fight like hell to retain the Timaru Museum. It's our country-leading quality and service. It's not an essential, but I'd fight to retain it. See, there are some things I approve of. But a heritage centre, there are 10 self-funding museums in the district. When you add them up, you've got Roger Mahan's heavy plant, there's an army one, there's a small one in the back of a shop in Geraldine, there's a Geraldine car one, vintage car, steam engines, trucks, aviation, all self-funding, run by volunteers. Do we need another museum? I say no, bluntly. I'd rather see you take any surplus cash and, if necessary, put it aside before you spend money on the essentials. So you're actually not raising money for 1 year, but carrying it forward, the ability to raise it in advance of work on essentials. I have a history for that. The Millie Screen building, council saved several $1 million before they started work. And then the interest rates on loans went from about 4% to 24%. And we didn't have to raise that money because you already had it in the bank. So looking at that sort of philosophy, anticipating need for capital and saving it up in advance if you can. Now, my real worry is the avalanche of recapitalisation that may or may not occur. Now, the limited historical knowledge I have of the reticulation, the essentials, sewers, water mains, and things like that, is that it looks like there could be an avalanche of recapitalisation. Now, how do you spread that out? So we get to the point where you actually raised yourself saying we should have a 30-year plan. Now, a 30-year plan requires knowledge. So I would suggest that if you've got to spend money, do it on research on all those 4 essentials so that you can then actually plan the replacements. For instance, if one street has 3 of those essentials needing work, it's efficient financially to do them all in one go, instead of one, then 5 years later another, etc. So what I'm really saying is I would like to see council, if it didn't already, investigating in detail the condition of its underground and surface assets before, as I say, that avalanche of recapitalisation occurs. If it doesn't happen, we win. If it does, we've got to spread it out. And all I'm saying is I would like to see council investigate all its assets of that nature, four natures, to plan a comprehensive, coherent recapitalising. Now, we look at cast iron pipe, for instance.
Sorry, Don, we're just on time. So do you want to just wind up or save some time for a question or two? Or just do you want to just surmise?
Winding up is we have some knowledge already. I would like to see more, and if necessary, a collaboration between local bodies to work out the most efficient, cost-wise replacements and repair. Thank you.
Of delivery. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a timely reminder as we work with other councils on different things. Any questions for Don? Well, I did like your quote, once council owns it, we're stuck with it forever.
Well, it's true.
Yeah, very much so. Well, it seems to be the case. But I appreciate that. Thanks for taking the time and thanks for staying involved.
Yeah, and I apologise for the scrappy submission.
No, you're all good.
No, I hand wrote it. No one could read it, including me.
That's right.
So I got a young master to type it.
My handwriting would be worse, so don't worry about that. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now we move to Bjorn from Opua Water. Welcome, Bjorn. Sorry, apologies, we're running a little bit late. And the submission for Opua Water is 278. Welcome. Floor's yours, and you've got 10 minutes, and save any time for questions, I'm sure.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for your time and for considering our submission, sorry. PUA's submission relates to climate resilience and flood passage management. In 2001, during a high rain event, ECAN's flood defences were tested across the region, and there was significant damage to this infrastructure, which included stock bank scouring, weakening, erosion, and large sections of flood protection vegetation was lost. The remedial work and cost to repair the damage was significant. In Temuka and the Opuhi catchments, stock banks were put under significant pressure and close to capacity. The Temuka township and surrounding communities were at risk, and the Temuka River actually broke out in the Arawhenua area. And other key infrastructure such as State Highway 1, rail bridges, and the essential services strung to those bridges were at significant risk. The understanding is this event was a 1 in 50 return period, but that doesn't really reflect what it was. The Opua Dam held back 43 million cubic metres of water, and inflows into the lake were around 450 cubic metres per second. To put that in context, over that period of the event, the Opua Lake was at 50% full, and by the end of it, it was at 80%. If the lake was full at the start of that event, the 450 cubic metres per second would have discharged over the spillway, which it's designed to do so, but is uncontrolled at that point. We can't turn it off. The whole 43 million cubic metres of water would have been into the lower catchment at that point. As I said, those stock banks were already at capacity, so you could imagine if that water had to be released. Through unrelated engineering reviews of the dam, we've identified an ability to improve flood passage management of the dam and which would give us greater control of the lake and that flood passage water. APUA sees this as an important and critical initiatives, or these are critical initiatives to protect the community we're part of, and have started some of the resolution and remedial works to deal with that. APUA is asking Timaru District to consider the importance of the APUA Dam to the community and the role it plays to protect them. And our submission is requesting support and funding to assist with the further work to improve that flood mitigation of the APUA Dam and to protect the lower catchments. This is very much a case of the fence at the top of the cliff rather than the ambulance. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Bjorn. Questions? Yeah, no, Councillor Scott.
Thank you very much. Timaru District Councillor is obviously a shareholder within APUA Dam.
It used to be.
Used to be, yeah.
Oh, looked up the last list, but we obviously aren't anymore. So you talk about Timaru District Council investing and funding, this flood mitigation in the lower land areas, lying areas. What sort of funding are you looking for? The initial cost of the project, it doesn't really sort of tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, so there's a few options. So at the moment, we have submitted to ECAN as well regarding, we see there's quite a significant investment in this, and they were looking at spending more money on defences like stock banks, so lifting them, making them bigger to deal with climate change events. So we've submitted on their LTP as well, but we think there's an opportunity to collaborate between ECAN and Timaru District around flood passage mitigation and look at how we could share the costs from APUA to ECAN and Timaru District. So the value on the flood passage work at the moment is around $30 million, but that's not the number that we're asking for. Yeah. Yeah. So the shareholder of APUA will fund portion of it, but at the end of the day, this work is adding no real benefit to our shareholders. The work doesn't need to be done. It is solely to protect the community that we're part of, but we do see our part that we do play in that, and that's important, but we're seeking the third-party sort of investments into that work as well, especially with the investment that is planned into those stock banks and that flood mitigation. And then if you calculate into, if we had an event that those topped over, the cost of the remedial work associated to that and potentially the damage to the infrastructure like rail and State Highway 1, if we look at Gabrielle and the cost of those remedial works that are still ongoing in the East Coast of New Zealand and the North Island, that's been quite significant to the councils plus to the government.
Further questions? Did you know where ECAN got as far as their deliberations in regard to?
Still early days. One of the recommendations from the questions were to ensure that we did submit on the LTP with Timaru District. It's critical that we have the support of Timaru in this approach for ECAN to engage with us as well. So that's half the reason we submitted on the LTP. Yep.
No, 100%. Yep. Councillor Piddington.
Did you also submit to the Mackenzie District Council LTP?
Theirs has just come out, so we will be submitting on theirs.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
You're late to the party. Okay, no, that's good. That'll be an interesting conversation tomorrow, so I really appreciate that and the submission and also the history for councillors. I think it's really important as well, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alrighty, we've got Michael and Ben now. And the submission for Pleasant Point Sports and Pleasant Point Rugby is on page 359. Welcome, team. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I am Mike Thomas and we've got Ben here from Pleasant Point Rugby Club. We are here to present on behalf of the Association of Pleasant Point Sports, or APS as we'll call it, on our submission to the Timaru District Council Long-Term Plan. I'll give you a little bit of history. The Pleasant Point Domain Irrigation and Improvement Group was a group of volunteers from each sports club associated with sports at Pleasant Point Domain. We were formed to work with Timaru District Council on a plan to upgrade the irrigation to the playing surfaces at Pleasant Point Domain. To assist with raising money, APS have taken responsibility for the project, and members from the rugby club, cricket club, football club, netball club, hockey club, and also the Pleasant Point Primary School have representation on that committee. So, firstly, as a representative organisation for most of the sports clubs in Pleasant Point, we are opposed to any cuts in funding to any sports facilities in the entire district, including the Pleasant Point pool. All playing surfaces and maintenance services to our sports fields, and any negative change to current funding levels would require thorough consultation with all stakeholders, especially the pool. However, we'll move along. We do have two requests in our submission. The first one was for Timaru District Council in their long-term plan to support the Domain Irrigation Project in Year 1. And our second one was for the Timaru District Council to assist in developing a Pleasant Point Domain improvement strategy incorporating the needs of all clubs and user groups. The improvement strategy is needed because a number of clubs and groups, as well as the community board itself, has provided funds for various projects in the domain, and there are more projects in the pipeline. APS sees the development of the domain improvement strategy as the next step in ensuring these projects, along with our group's fundraising efforts and resources, are well coordinated. We have many large sports clubs based in Pleasant Point Domain. Rugby continues to grow. We have two new teams in their senior club this year. They have a women's team and a new under-18 side. The football club has re-entered the competition and are now in the Division 1 of the men's league. The women's team has been around for a few years now and continues to grow. The junior club has nearly doubled in numbers in the last 3 years. The cricket club has exploded in numbers, and we now have put 3 grass wicket blocks into the domain along with our artificial pitch, so we can host up to 8 teams at any one time. Pleasant Point softball continues to grow, and they really need some practice facilities at the domain. They're currently using a bank of clothing bins as a backstop. And obviously, Pleasant Point Golf Club is one of the best golf courses in the district. Recently hosted a national secondary school tournament there, and the golf course was looking amazing during that time. All of this success puts huge stress on our playing surfaces, and basically it requires a lot of water. And we believe the best way to manage that water use is to install automatic irrigation across the playing surfaces at Pleasant Point Domain. This is kind of what that may look like. So this project started in 2022, and essentially it's progressed to a stage where we have prices sitting with council officers from 4 different irrigation specialists. Basically, essentially the project is ready to proceed if we can pay for it. And so I guess the big question is, why do we need automatic irrigation? Automatic irrigation will reduce, or in reality it will reallocate the volunteer hours required to keep the playing surfaces in the best possible shape. The reallocation of those volunteer hours will probably move from shifting irrigation pods at all hours of the day and night to mowing grounds or marking lines. The cricket club recently has purchased a fairway mower, and we can already see the improvement in the playing fields from our clubs using that mower across different surfaces. Potentially this will lead to less work required by council contractors. Our current water use, especially in the shoulder seasons, is unsustainable. We currently just kind of guess where we need water and how much we need, and it's really done at the behest of whoever can move the pods to where they think they need them to go. Our preferred system would have the ability to store water as well, and then deliver it when and where we need it to go. It also can be remotely monitored and track water use to ensure that we stay within consent limits. It would allow better care of our grounds, which would mean increased usage for everybody. Less ground closures, and our free draining soil at the domain provides an excellent backup for when grounds in other areas are closed due to wet weather. We also have a multitude of multi-use grounds. We have a floodlit rugby ground, which could be used for other sports, a night football game, for example. The number 3 rugby ground has a cricket wicket right in the middle because we need to use it throughout the year, as does the number 2 football field, although that's not currently being used as a football field. All of this would allow us to host festivals or tournaments, better grounds that are the right size. It means we could potentially host tournaments or festivals and with the option of hosting them on site at the campground and using club rooms across the code, so the rugby club, football club, golf club, club room assets, as well as the assets at the campground itself. Our club memberships across all sports is large. We have about 1,000 members throughout the clubs involved in this project. We have many coming from all around the district, as well as obviously the teams that come and visit us to play against our teams. They would all use these facilities. Through apps, all of the clubs are willing to assist with fundraising, to work with local businesses and the community to support the project wherever possible. However, having Timaru District Council as a partner will really give this project some momentum. Which does lead us to our second request to develop a domain improvement strategy. The club developments at Pleasant Point Domain have been very impressive over the last 5 to 6 years. We have a quick list of some of those. Cricket and rugby have raised about $20,000 to remove some old lighting. The rugby club have their number 2 ground recently been refurbished. The cricket club have recently installed 2 new grass wicket blocks at a cost of about $25,000 each, as well as a purchase of a fairway mower, which at $15,000. The football club are currently doing some renovations on their club rooms. All up, that will cost them about $150,000. They have recently also purchased new junior goals for their grounds. We have interest from other clubs to use that facility once it's complete. The community board have invested money into the domain through improving the walking and cycle trail around the domain, as well as looking at the possibility of installing a dump station at the campground. Timaru District Council have replaced and upgraded many fences and parking areas across the domain and around the number 1 rugby ground. All up, we estimate this to be about $200,000 to $300,000 that has been spent by the clubs that use the domain over the last 2 to 3 years. So there's plenty of investment going on there already. However, there are many areas of the domain that fall outside of club sports. Hence the reason we believe a domain improvement strategy or plan would help to coordinate everybody's efforts and fill in some of those gaps. Ideas around repurposing the old tennis courts into half-court basketball or even pickleball courts. There are some clubs with no designated area to call their own. Softball currently using a bank of clothing bins as a backstop for their trainings. And of course the campground could be a real asset for the whole town but needs investment to bring it up to today's standards. We believe that a domain improvement strategy will pull together all clubs' plans and coordinate the work required in the most efficient, cost-effective way possible and provide a well-thought-out, cohesive plan for all users of the domain. We have looked at how this project aligns with the strategic plan for Pleasant Point, and we can make a case for all 8 objectives as listed in our submission. And we'd also like to thank the Community Board for their support for some of the improvements they've already made to date, as these form some of the key links between the clubs where their focus is solely on the playing surfaces. So in summary, to progress the irrigation of the domain, APPS are requesting the Timaru District Council support funding for the Pleasant Point Domain Irrigation Project in year 1 of the long-term plan, and work with APPS to create a domain improvement plan for years 2 to 5. And we'd just like to thank Steph Ford for her guidance, from Council, for her guidance and support through the irrigation project. She's really helped us to coordinate amongst ourselves and with Council, so we'd just like to give her a bit of a mention as well. And that is our submission.
Awesome. Thanks, Tim. Councillor Puddington.
Good to see you brought Ben as the muscle.
Yeah, that's right.
Mike, so to get this right, just so I've got 100% clear, you're asking the council for 100K towards that, and you're confident of the other fundraising the other 500? Or are you going to come back
we're
next
asking
year?
for support. 100K would certainly go a long way to getting the project started. Yes.
Yeah, I guess my question though is what capacity do you have for the other 500? So next year, not back saying you put 100 and we need another 100.
Well, I think if we can get some support from council to say this project has legs, then it gives APPS the ability to go to large funding organisations. APPS helped bring the turf to fruition, so there's a lot of expertise in raising a lot of money for those projects. So, yeah.
My second question's a bit loaded, sorry. You're supporting everything in Point, including the pool. I mean, we've got to try and support things that are ongoing. I mean, the average cost for a swim for everywhere else is in Timaru is $12. Yours is in excess of 40. So how are you going to get the numbers up, or do you just expect the rest of the community to subsidise an asset that's not really
No, I probably kind of touched on it on the submission I put in yesterday through the Community Board, and maybe the Community Board could assist in creating something there, or supplying more things to do to get the attendance rates up. But if there's changes to happen, we need to be consulted, is probably the key message there.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. I wouldn't suggest that. But all I'm saying is if you ask, you've got a great group of supporters obviously and done really well, but it's just something to think about, I guess.
Councillor Parker.
Hi, thank you for your submission. First as a comment, just to maybe add a bit more value, because Pleasant Point also hosts the Crusaders and Highlanders age group rugby, and I do believe you had a women's rugby tournament there. Teams came from Christchurch, so there's an economic benefit to the region as well with developing this. My question is, why aren't you not irrigating the main field? Or is
are we talking the oval?
the oval, yeah.
Yep.
We currently just borrow, we've got an agreement with the golf club, so there is irrigation on that side as well. And it's pretty old school, but it's literally set the old pipes up and it only, Paul Ryan does it in like 3 or 4 days, and it comes out pretty green. Like when we had that Crusaders game this year, we'd only started irrigating that about 3 weeks before they got here, and it was in good nick. So ideally, down the track we would, but then it's a case of getting water across the road, and everything on that side is there basically.
Generally the ones on this side here are multi-use, so used across the year, whereas the rugby ground is generally just used for rugby. And so, that's sort of why we've gone down this track here. Yep.
Thank you. Was there other forms of irrigation looked at? Because obviously you want to bring the labour costs down, efficiency of water use. Yep. But was there others that were considered as well, or just... I don't expect there to be a pivot irrigator on...
There's not much. What else can you put on there, apart from pop-ups? The K-line's not sustainable, and it's not viable with water usage as well. With a tank farm, you can actually bring the rate of water that we take out down, and then still be able to use what's there.
Yeah. Right, that's cool. Anything further? No, appreciate that. Good submission. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we now got apologies from John Rushton. Oh no, that's after. We've got Raymond Ward-Smith. Welcome, Raymond. How are you? There you go. Floor's yours, and I'll give you a couple of minutes warning just towards the end for questions.
I'll have to let you know that I'm hard of hearing.
Oh.
I've got my hearing aids in, but with speakers, it echoes around.
No worries. You talk, we'll listen.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, councillors. My focus will be on the levels plain and the Washdyke area, but a lot of this can fit other areas. The levels plain is largely good agricultural land, except where the airport is, and that's in a good spot. It's class 1, class 2, class 3 land. Most of it's agriculture use. There's a variety of farming, dairy farms, orchard, all sorts, and very versatile. It's largely commanded by the Levels Irrigation Scheme, so it has water, suitable for intensive vegetable fruit production, close proximity to existing processing in Washdyke, and there's been a variety of processing factories there. It is also in close proximity to transport for the processing, export via either road, rail, sea or air. So that whole area is very valuable to keep in agriculture, horticulture production. How can we do that? And just keep your seats. No new domestic housing. Out completely. There's plenty of other places to put houses. No subdivision or industry buildings except for local product processing of foodstuffs. So we don't want these processes to sprawling out with their huge buildings. They do have to go there, and there's quite a lot now, but none of the ones that aren't related to the essential production. No storage, except for short-term following or waiting processing. There's a whole plethora of these little huts for private storage of the junk. So why do they need to go there along Washdyke Flat Road for the next flood to come and pick them up or wash the poisons out of them that may be in there? We don't know what's in there unless council have a record. Washdyke Lagoon. It's the remnant of a very much larger wetland. It is a collection of water discharge from various small valleys to the west. And depending on rainfall or flow rates, carries a various of discharge from the human activities in those valleys. And there is and you'll be aware of this, currently an active assembly of representatives of various authorities, local interest individuals, working to restore quality of water and environment. This is an almost impossible task with all the other water flooding in and a lot of it out of an industrialised or vehicle-dominant area carrying bits of oil and all sorts of stuff in. Yeah, I've done that. Transport through Washdyke. This is another issue, and it's the result of some of these other things that are going on. We now see backups of heavy vehicles. Somebody told me they were right out onto the Point Road and up the other end. But you frequently go out there, there's a new building on the state highway. So they uplift the restricted speed zone, just take it a bit further out. So you've got all these heavy trucks coming through that narrow orifice which is Washdyke. They all have difficulty getting onto the road, particularly by the bridge there coming out of the Washdyke processing area. And it just will get worse. I can remember as a child coming to Timaru where there were 4 little cottages along Hilton Highway. There was nothing else there. So you could actually get along there. So how do we sort that? No commercial activity adjoining the state highway. Just they'll eventually disappear for some reason or another. And luckily, in the centre, the actual road area is quite wide. The buildings are reasonably well back. Speed limits. If you put an 80k sign each end and said, get going, all these big trucks rushing past at 80k, nobody would want a commercial building there. So that might help, but all those buildings could be back in a suitable area or not there at all. I do have a brilliant place for them, Showgrounds Hill, when that Aucklander goes broke and he wants somebody to use the building. But that is in a food processing area. So how will it be when you get a tsunami, washes up through the sewage ponds and all around the food processing buildings? Wouldn't do much good to our food. That's it, gentlemen and ladies. Questions?
That was great. Thanks. There's some interesting tools that you've we might now use. Any questions for Roman? No, thank you. That's really good. I appreciate that. And
right.
Yeah, too easy.
Righto.
Thanks so much. We appreciate that. Alrighty, and now I welcome John Shirtcliffe, finally. Sorry, we're almost back on time. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon. Congratulations on staying awake thus far. Where to begin? I don't know how you're going to balance out all the competing interests there are looking for money, but I guess the purpose of my submission is to tell you that maybe we ought not to be. I suspect you're into a backs to basics time, given the economic situation that confronts everybody and everybody facing the insurance companies, the banks, etc., putting their hands in your pocket increasingly. And I've no doubt you've been watching with interest the shenanigans in Auckland Council, where Len Brown has finally managed to get his rates rise down to 5%. And I suggest it's time for a similar self-examination here, to be blunt. Perhaps if I start first with the balancing income and costs. So as I've said, I think it's time to behave in a financially responsible manner. And to highlight that, I'd just like to cast your mind back to the 2021 LTP budget consultation forecast, where rate increases were proposed to be 2021 to 22, a rise of 11.5%, 2022-23, and in subsequent years, rises of 4.9% per annum. It may not have escaped your notice that we are currently in one of those years for which you've forecast already 4.9%. 2024 LTP budget consultation, and where are we? 2024-25, a rise of 15%, 25-26, a rise of 12%, 26-27, a rise of 12%, 27 and subsequent 7 years, 5%, just under 5%. And I've been around the block a bit. I've been in budgeting exercises in corporate organisations and in central government. And they are the classic budget tricks. Front end load the bad news, promise sweetness and light after the initial hardship has been swallowed. Then hope that everyone has forgotten the previous round of budget. I had a different word, but I'll say shenanigans. And I have to say that I see exactly the same techniques being employed in this budgeting process. So you'll have to forgive me if I'm not at all trusting, I guess, of the outcome of the consultation process around Council's ability to control its expenditure and resources. Councillors are representatives and leaders of their communities. Their role involves setting policies, making regulatory decisions and reviewing council performance through its annual report and the performance review of the Chief Executive. I was amazed to learn in a brief discussion with the Timaru councillor that no budget policy guideline had been provided to Executive regarding expectation as to an acceptable percentage increase to being used as an overall budgeting target. For example, restricted to 0 or even the 4.9% rate rise forecast in 2021. A firm policy direction mandating a belt tightening or a zero-based budget approach would have been far more appropriate. Such an approach would likely have resulted in a review of resource with an overdue focus on payroll, cost containment and reduction in nice-to-have projects. As you may have already divined, I'd have to say in terms of balancing our approach to debt to deliver projects, I'm firmly opposed to continuing with major nice-to-have projects, such as the Royal Theatre, due to the impact upon the financial well-being of Timaru District ratepayers. Such projects must be prudently cancelled, scaled back or delayed until financial and economic circumstances are sufficiently improved to permit their conduct without overburdening ratepayers. Council, in summary, cannot continue to put its hand in our pocket without due regard to economic reality. Now, to a personal favourite of mine, balancing user pays with common good, fixed fees and hourly cost recovery rates. The clear intent expressed in the LTP documentation is that user fees present an additional revenue opportunity to grow Council's income and will be used to cross-subsidise other operational expenditures. Council is a monopoly supplier. This market position imposes ethical and legal obligations upon Council's approach to such charges beyond such lesser, considerations as affordability, for example. Any excess income/recovery above actual cost is regarded as a tax, unless for a category of user charge that is not restricted to actual cost and/or reasonableness by legislation. Council is not legally empowered to levy a tax. Council must support user fees with activity-based costing, supporting the charge schedules and demonstrating compliance with the relevant enabling legislation. For example, planning and consent charges under the RMA, which are required to be both actual and reasonable. Auditor General and Treasury guidelines and legal precedent do not support the application of, for example, a standard multiplier for, say, 2.5 times hourly employment costs in calculating the charge-out rate for council officers. Many of council's regular overhead costings, for example, democracy costs, are unable to be included in the overhead calculations for cost recovery. It is not supportable for council to rely upon laundering the proposed fees by having consulted under the Local Government Act, which is, I'd have to say, a rather regrettable argument that I've seen in my several objections to some of the consent charges that I've had to face. There's significant backing for the view that many of the fees and fixed charges already enforced, let alone those that are being proposed, are pitched at levels substantially above the actual cost to be recovered from a user. That, in summary, is my message. I'll be disappointed if I don't get some comments or questions.
I'd prefer questions. Comments are for tomorrow. Councillor Puddington.
I guess actual costs and reasonable costs, John, can be not the same, because, you know, if we have to pay X for a planner, you might not think it's reasonable, but it's the actual cost. What do you base your numbers on? I'm just interested. I'm not.
Oh, it's a deal of experience and some inside information that I've had.
Well, can you share the inside information? Because if you want us to make a decision, you need to actually tell us what you're talking about.
Okay, well, in one of the cost objections that I took through, there was a view put forward that the council's costs were in fact in the correct ballpark and were appropriate to be levied because they were about on the level with neighbouring councils. And I'm suggesting to you that that is not correct, because I wouldn't mind betting that the charges I've just levied at this council will be equally well levied at Ashburton or Auckland or Christchurch or anywhere else in the country. I think councils have uniformly regarded these charges as an opportunity for an income grab.
That's much more, you've made it clear of how you based it, because otherwise I have no idea how you're basing your assertions. You know.
So, for example, if you used it as one of the examples I gave you was 2.5 times as a multiplier, which was in fact applied in the legal precedent and then thrown out by the judge because of that approach. But 2.5 times, if you're paying someone, I don't know, $40 an hour, multiply it by 2.5, you come out with an hourly rate. It's just not a sustainable basis to justify those charges. Now, I know that you are in a bind for cash. It's more than appropriate, more than apparent from where you are with your budgeting process that you've got some real financial hurdles to overcome. And on the basis of that, I would say that you should be looking, as I've suggested, at your commitments to major nice-to-haves. But understand that you are not legally able to charge at the rates that you are currently proposing. I would be absolutely staggered if you had figures, one that could justify it, let alone to be able to calculate it at those sorts of levels.
Further questions on this side? Yeah, go for it, Councillor Puddington.
A good battle, John. Have you got an example of that where you're saying 2.5 times? Because there's a corporate...
That was an example that I took out of a legal case that I reviewed. And there's no particular justification for that, but I know when we were running one business, it worked out that 2.5 times was pretty much what you'd charge on top of a tradesman's rate to get to a charge-out rate, including profit margins and all that sort of thing. That may have changed now, that's a while ago.
Okay.
But you're not entitled to make a profit, for example.
Yeah, understand that, yep.
Out of these.
Have you seen the red ink at the bottom of we're not making a profit?
Yeah, look, yes, but you're making a profit out of your user charges is my point, and you are not legally entitled to do so. And you are in contravention, I believe, of the appropriate legislation. And I have to say, I would like to see some evidence of an attempt to address that concern. And it's one that I'm personally very, very hot on. And to be honest, I don't want to spend more time arguing with people like ombudsmen and bits and pieces, but I just raise it as an issue that you would be derelict in your duty if you did not address it and address it properly.
So your assumption, though, is based on the sort of broad brush approach to user, to those fee increases as opposed to specific, is that where you're
some fees you are not bound by legislation on, maybe dog pound fees, that sort of thing. You are definitely caught by the Resource Management Act in the way that you can levy those charges, and some of the other charges that you levy are controlled to a greater or lesser extent by legislation.
Any further questions? No. Some interesting points, though, raised, so good for our discussion tomorrow. We're not through this process. I should lead by example. I'd love further discussion, but that's not the nature of the beast today. So so thank you. Appreciate that. It's good food for thought and good challenges there, John. So we are here to listen and appreciate you submitting.
For what it's worth, I would be happy if you wish to talk some greater length away from this forum with people that are sufficiently interested to take note. I do have quite a deal of information.
No, definitely. We're 100% keen, but this forum isn't. We're just here to ask questions and and then deliberate tomorrow. So we need to stick to that. But yeah, no, very interested. So I appreciate that. Thank you, John. That,
okay, thanks for your attention.
No worries. Sorry, apologies. That leads us now to a break, and then we need to come back at 5:30. 5:30. I'm sorry, my apologies. I'm ahead of myself. I was thinking, oh, at the end. No, 3:30. notes, sorry. Alrighty, team, welcome back for the afternoon, late afternoon session of hearing verbal submissions. I just need to move a motion first, which is suspension of standing orders again, that council suspends standing order 4.2 to allow the meeting to continue beyond 6 hours. Happy to move that. Councillor Parker, seconder. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. It's carried. Thank you. So we now welcome Sally Stevens. Welcome, Sally, from the Upper Rangitata Gorge Landcare Group, and the floor is yours.
I thought I'd start with a little handout.
Yeah, perfect. Well, we can pass them around. Just that's right. I'll do that. Or Stephen will sort that. Perfect. Thank you.
So it's always better to know what you're talking about, and these photos are exactly what we're talking about here today, for me anyway. The front two photos are just of the Upper Rangitata Gorge from what they call Wow Corner at White Rock. And, you know, you don't look out on a sea of yellow broom and gorse, and that's been 30 years of hard work by the community and agencies and funding from this council along with Ashburton District Council. Because as you may realise, the councils each have one side of the river. So, and as in my submission, dating back to 1991, we had an agreement with all of the agencies, the farmers, the community, and both councils, Fish and Game, that everybody would contribute to the fund of just looking after that wonderful braided river. On the back of the back two photos shows you the Potts River below the bridge, so that's obviously not in Timaru District Council area, but it just does give you an idea of what it looked like in 2018 and what it looks like after our work this year. So we make progress every year, but the nature of broom, gorse, false tamarisk, all those seeds of those weeds that we don't want, they're in the ground for a long time. So basically we can't ever stop. And what your challenge is to continue to support us. And, you know, the Upper Rangitata is the only hill country that the Timaru District Council has in its jurisdiction. And the Upper Rangitata braided river system is simply world-renowned. And the fact that it is looking so beautiful, you know, we're very proud of it. And I hope you are too, because you've contributed every year as well. I guess what I'm asking for is for you to have biodiversity front and foremost. Well, it's probably not your front and foremost, but it's very important for biodiversity to get a say, and it can't speak for itself, so some of us do it. And I know that $100,000 is a lot of money these days, but if that fund can carry on, that would be wonderful. In particular, though, we would like to be able to, if you could ring fence $5,000 a year for the next 10 years in your long-term plan, rather than me coming along every year and reapplying for that funding. It is time-consuming, and it's not stuff that we prefer to be doing. We prefer to be out in the riverbed actually controlling weeds. So I think that's really sums it up. And I know that your budgets, they change, and I know it's hard to commit to 50 grand over 10 years, but even if there's a loose commitment there that you look to ring fence it, and if things change, well, things change, but that's what we would like to have happen. If I could send you an account and a report, that would be great. Any questions?
Awesome. Thanks, Sally, and thanks for hosting us up there as well. It was just phenomenal, such a special place in the district. Councillor Pye, did you have a question? Or
no, I didn't.
I'll allow comments.
Yeah, I just actually wanted to comment that I think you've really undersold the project and what you do up there, because when you see it firsthand, it is phenomenal, and the amount of volunteer hours that have gone into it is huge compared to the 5,000 that you ask from council every year. And if we can make that easier for you, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. You are correct in that there is a lot of volunteer lot of volunteer hours that go into it, not just in meetings. We do work with all the agencies, and so we meet with them. We have a coordinator who is really brilliant, and so you couldn't get a better run weed control system anywhere, and it's by agencies and community working together, so it's pretty neat.
This side, any questions? Yeah, Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, just a little bit of clarification, so I'm a bit clogged up and maybe I didn't hear you properly before. You said there'd been 100,000 from TDC. Did you say that, or did I mishear that?
No, I was talking about the whole biodiversity funding.
Oh, got you. Okay, sorry.
Per annum, yeah. Yep. No, we feel free though. I mean, we've never asked for more than 5,000, and don't ask me why, but that's just the history, and so that's what we keep putting in for. Yep.
And just out of, because Ashburton's doing the same, are they, do you have to go through the same onerous buy every year with them?
And we have in the past had a 10-year commitment from the ADC.
Yeah.
And I've reapplied. And I don't know, I think it has been done here before. I mean, we date back 30 years, but I've only been there since 1998. So it may have happened before.
You only knew.
Yeah. I'm getting to be one of the older ones, so.
No, thanks, Sally. Appreciate that. I don't think there's any other questions, but what a wonderful piece of work you're doing. A great example of what can be done and could be emulated in other parts of the river. So we really appreciate you showing the leadership.
I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Alrighty, got the duo in the back there from Environment Canterbury. Welcome, Nick and Peter. Yeah. And we'll just note for the record that Councillor Bird will sit back for this discussion. Thank you. Oh, sorry, push the button, Pete. Go for it.
Ki te riri ngā mihi e kia koutou katoa. Thank you for having us here. It's always nice to get back into Timaru and act like a councillor, Nigel, so I'm really pleased to be here today. Essentially, Nick is going to do the presentation, so over to you, Nick.
And then I'll hand over to Peter to talk about buses, his favourite thing. Don't throw him underneath it. Thank you for the opportunity to come along here today, and we welcome this opportunity to make our submission on your draft long-term plan. As a regional council, ahead of developing our own long-term plan, we refined the council's strategic direction. Our focus is on accelerating regeneration of our natural environment, enabling improved water and land use outcomes, and empowering communities to ensure they are resilient and prepared. Also important to us is champion safe, reliable, multimodal transport choices, including a commitment to providing modern, affordable public transport service that gives our communities choice. We recognise that there is a strong need to address climate change for the benefit of our current and future generations, and our Ngāi Tahu partnership is central to all of our work. We continue to be focused on areas that we're responsible for: environmental regulation and protection, community preparedness, and response to hazards and public transport. And we'll provide comment on your long-term plan in that context. While we're focused on our core role, we recognise the importance of a collaborative approach from our regional council more than ever in a number of areas. We look forward to continuing to work together through established channels to advance shared aspirations for our communities. We realise that local councils are facing cost pressures and funding challenges, and we're having to have brave conversations with our communities as well. I guess by now most of you realise that we had our long-term plan last week, and set our rates at 17.9%. Not quite where I would like it to be. I was quite keen on a lower number, but some were keener on a higher number, so I guess there was quite a bit of horse trading went on, and that's where we've settled. Community preparedness and response to hazards. We'd like to acknowledge the good working relationships between our council staffs during flood events in recent years. Environment Canterbury supports all initiatives and means communities are more prepared and resilient for future flood events, including infrastructure resilience, protection of lifeline infrastructure. We encourage to ensure a further development of floodplains is appropriate. We support the Timaru District Council's continued investment in infrastructure to reticulate wastewater treatment and disposal systems and stormwater drainage systems across the district, and would urge you to contribute to plans strategically for development. This unfortunately will require investment in new infrastructure and the maintenance and upgrading of existing drinking water, wastewater and stormwater infrastructure to ensure compliance with national standards and resource consents, and to reduce the environmental impacts going forward and the impacts of climate events. In your infrastructure strategy, we are pleased to see the proposal to budget for wash-type wastewater and stormwater works. This provides a further opportunity to align the Timaru District Council stormwater management plans with the outcomes sought in the draft strategy, which your council has been a key partner in developing. This is a great example of working together for community environmental outcomes for the benefit of everyone. Canterbury Regional Forums, we really appreciate your contribution and commitment to working alongside the Mayoral Forum colleagues for the benefit of the Canterbury and its communities. The Canterbury Mayoral Forum and the regional forums and working groups support it provide valuable mechanisms for local government and Canterbury, and a key means of demonstrating a strong and unified voice on the priority issues for our region. The value of this strong and unified voice cannot be underestimated. We look forward to continuing to work with the Council as we implement the Canterbury Regional Forum's work programs, particularly the Mayoral Forum's plan. I'd like to acknowledge you, Mayor Bowen, as Chair of this and the work you put into it. We'd also like to acknowledge the experience and expertise and the time of your staff and elected members of the Canterbury Climate Change Working Group. Your council contribution in this area in the coming years will be important as the implementation of the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan begins together. We work to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of responding to climate change and best practice on climate adaptation. Emergency management, as a regional council and the Ministry and Authority of the Canterbury Civil Defence Emergency Management Group, we value strong coordination with city and district councils, and the Environment Canterbury appreciates the collaborative approach by the regional territory authorities in preparing for and responding to Canterbury's extremely hazard landscape. I'll now hand over to fellow councillor Scott to talk about buses.
I'll talk about your buses, not about all the buses. We've got 300 of them in Christchurch, and I guess the biggest risk that we have across Canterbury in terms of that funding is what's going to happen on Thursday, what's going to happen in June when the government policy statement on transport comes out, and then ultimately what the National Land Transport Fund looks like at the end of the day, what that makeup is. We're really quite concerned that public transport will take a hit when the National Land Transport Fund is announced, and we're particularly concerned that some of the uplift that we're trying to get in Christchurch won't be possible. We've got plans to have a world-class transport system in Christchurch. As you have here in Timaru, you've got probably one of the best transport systems. There's lots of jealous TAs around the country wanting a My Way, and we're really pleased to support the fact that it's got some permanency about it now that it didn't have. So that's a really good thing for Timaru. The funding for those things going forward is going to be stretched, if anything. My discussions with the Minister about this, he wasn't very forthcoming in terms of where public transport would sit, but just to say that the National Land Transport Fund is going to come under some pressure, and it's already been noted that roads are going to get some significant funding out of that. So if you look at the National Land Transport Fund and what it does fund, there's about 10 things in there. The indicators are all sitting in the middle. Some of them are going to have to move to the left, which means there'll be less funding, because if you look at the middle and you add them all up, they're over $20 billion. And that's all the money that's going to be in that fund, unless we get some more on Thursday, which I'm not sure about. So we have some concerns about that. We intend to take those concerns to the Minister before all these things happen. And we know from comments that have been given to me personally by ministers that we are the poor cousins of public transport in New Zealand, Canterbury is. So we need to actually do a bit more. But I think we're really lucky to have My Way. but my way's quite costly. And if the fare rates go down on my way and they want more fare recovery from my way, then that's going to be a challenge.
Well, now, is there any questions?
No, that you highlight a pretty interesting point, isn't it? So, into the future, if that's not subsidised, then, what is the cost? And then, you've got such a great service and you pull it back out of the community, it's pretty tough. Question, Pete, is just around the national ticketing solution. Can you just give us some understanding, because we are going to be trialling that in
yeah, so the national ticketing system... Yeah, the national ticketing system will be launched in Canterbury, and it will be actually launched here in Timaru, which will be something of a first. So the national ticketing system essentially is that you'll be able to tap on, tap off with a credit card or a Metro card. It gives us the ability to split fares, to change fares for times of day, to do a whole lot more than what we're doing. It will be trialled here, I think, like early or mid-December on my way, because it's it's a more of a boutique service that we have here, and not so many things can juggle up and go wrong. Hopefully then, late February, March, we will launch it in Canterbury, in Christchurch, and then closely followed by being released in Wellington. And it really pulls us into line with other centres around the world where you can use your credit card, that you don't have to win. And one of the embarrassing things about people using public transport that I've had reflected to me is that people feel embarrassed that they don't know how much a bus fare is. They don't want to talk to the driver. They just want to go somewhere, and so that whole thing about being embarrassed makes them walk past, get in their car and drive somewhere. Now, I think that's prevalent in Christchurch, and I think this will help solve some of that issue. We've got a massive increase in patronage. We're just about, I think we're at, if not past pre-COVID levels, and tracking along really good. So,
aren't we at 120%?
Yeah, 120%. But I think I don't know what your number is here, but you're...
Yeah, I've got an updated number, but it was quite impressive. Possibly.
Just on that, Peter, what would, like, obviously you've said there's something coming next Thursday regards the funding. I believe the public transport subsidy should be roughly 51%. How far out are we in regards to cost recovery in our current My Way system?
So of the funding, 51% is NZTA, the government funds 51% of public transport, and then the other 50% is split between the fare and what the TAs or the regions pay, and heavily subsidised at the moment by ratepayers because of the fares. And I think our fare box recovery, look, I'll get this wrong, but it's not where it needs to be. It might be 15, 25%. And the other thing with that is that when you provide a service across a community, there are some routes, when you've got fixed bus routes like we have in Christchurch, that just aren't economic. Where each passenger, you might be subsidising them by $30 to $40 a trip. Now, it's really hard to take a service off people. It's easy enough to put them in there, but it's hard to take it back. And I think one of the things that concerns me is that depending on what the National Land Transport Fund looks like, we might have to go back and reconsult on public transport in Canterbury. That would be, depends on what it looked like, it would be really up to Timaru District Council what they want to do with their service, I think, because it is a bit more bespoke in terms of where it sits.
Councillor Pye and then Councillor Scott.
I'm not sure what question I want to ask now. I've got two. Around the buses. So what I'm hearing is the funding is not guaranteed, and so we should be thinking very carefully if we were going to invest in any infrastructure around that My Way service. Did I?
Well, that's entirely up to...
Or how guaranteed is the funding? Is it really reliant on the budget on Thursday?
Well, we've had indications from Wakatahi in terms of the conversations that we have with them that give us no confidence. Right? So that's about as sure as it is. It's just giving us a lack of confidence in what we're saying. We spent a lot of time last week talking about this in terms of our LTP, but what we're saying is we need to react to that. you know, there's a lot of reasons why the National Land Transport Fund hasn't got any money in it. And, you know, we've had a pretty interesting developments within Auckland, Tauranga and also Wellington in terms of the money that's been poured into transport systems up there that hasn't actually got a lot of results. I think we're better at it here in Canterbury than anyone, actually. I would say that because I'm chairman of that committee, but I think we do it well. I think the consultation process that we've been through for your public transport system with your community has been really solid. I mean, we had a lot of people come to our long-term plan 3 years ago, supporting what you're doing here for them. Now, it's not everyone's cup of tea. I've got a well-known ratepayer of yours that rings me and texts me every now and again telling me that, you know, this on-demand service should be gotten rid of because it can't get a taxi, you know, like I don't know what that means. But so there's some people don't like it, but, you know, ageing communities, trying to keep people in their houses, allowing them the opportunity to actually get to the services they need and in a bespoke way is something that appeals to a whole lot more people than just the people in Timaru.
And it's, you know, it started to be talked about in Ashburton as well, my way, so that's...
And Selwyn,
yeah. And Selwyn.
And Waimakariri.
And Waimakariri.
And, yeah, and that's the challenge, actually. If no one else gets it, maybe it means it's we get to keep it.
I think you're lucky that you've... Nigel, I think you're lucky that you've had both systems. You know, if you had that fixed route system, then, you know, I think we topped out at maybe 280,000 trips a year, and it was falling down. It's down 150. I don't know what we're at now, but it's some astronomical number that we're at in terms of my way. And as I said, I think the real game changer will be national ticketing system because that you'll be able to then do something about fares after 5, for example. I mean, transport poor need transport from 8 o'clock in the morning till, you know, the services, the medical services and the health services that they need to access, and lawyers and doctors, all that stuff, you know, in the working hours of a day. But if we have a transport system that operates outside of that, you've got an opportunity. And that may be where the fare box recovery can increase. I'm just saying, it's your stuff, not mine.
Are you done? Okay. I have 2 questions, but they're pretty much yes and no. Over the last day and a half, we have heard a lot around climate change and that some people think that TDC haven't acted on their obligations in that area. But one of the things that has been raised several times is around this climate trust, resilience trust, and we're being asked to be the leaders in this space. And I wondered if ECAN have also in their long-term plan received submissions on this particular trust, and is it something that you, I was going to say entertaining, that is so not the right word, looking at investing in? That's my first question.
Well, no, we haven't. We haven't looked at a climate change trust. We haven't looked at that. But what we did look at, I think, during our annual planning process was, is there a requirement for a regional rate to do some of the things that you're talking about? I think climate change is, it means something different to everybody. To me, if you're sitting in Timaru District, it means what's going to happen with the coastline, you know, and what's going to happen with those communities that are near the coastline, at mouths of rivers and things like that, because, you know, the tidal surge, which people are calling sea level rise, that tidal surge is going to increase. And if you get heavy rain and tidal surge, then you're going to get inundation, and we need to start thinking about that. Would you lead it? I don't know. Somebody's got to lead it. We lead. You'll know more about this, Nigel, because it's a Merrill Forum high interest area, isn't it? And I think that the Merrill Forum needs to probably consider that rather than Timaru District Council. That's a personal opinion. It's not an ECAN opinion.
No, look, and I think it's part of the frustration with central government potentially not leading is that the frustration is filtering down to, you know, local level, and so yeah, look. We haven't got enough time to,
One more to around Apua Dam, if that's okay. We've had in a submission from Apua Dam is around funding support for the flood mitigation work, around $30 million of investment they're looking for. asking TDC and an ECAN type partnership, as well as other councils. Again, is that something that was brought to your table in the LTP? And is that something that you again are considering?
Yeah, it was brought to our table, and we have had conversations with Pearl Water regarding this.
I think there's a few issues there with what they're talking about, and I think one of the things is flood mitigation. That dam was put up, and the flood mitigation was one of those things that was talked about when it was constructed. I think that there's a bit of work to do structurally for them before flood mitigation becomes a real thing, because one of the issues have, and you know, I managed that dam when we lost the downstream weir at one stage, and if it's full and you get a lot of rain, there's not much you can do about it. It's going to get in the river. But if it's full and you can see a weather event coming, how much can you drop it by to give you 24, 36, 48 hours on that river, which is critical and has been critical. But, you know, I think there's a lot more talking needs to happen with that. It's something that we would entertain because the cost of recovery is huge. If you've got, you know, if those rivers get out of bed and come down through Pleasant Point, Temuka and places like that. So I think something that as a district and as a council we need to consider, and our rivers guys are on it, they're thinking about it.
Yeah, so we've had that discussion, and because you only need to think of 2 years ago when you had all that rain, how the Pearl Dam probably saved Temuka and Pleasant Point from a 1986 event.
Need the insurance providers to fund it. Michelle.
I just wanted to ask about your comment. We encourage you to ensure future development on floodplains is appropriate. What are you asking TDC to do there? Because I thought ECAN wrote the floodplain bylaws and controlled development on the floodplain.
Well, I guess that's one thing, you know, that regional policy statement you see when you hand.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that's pointing to. Now, this is a really, really interesting topic because there's no one to blame here in terms of what's going on in floodplains. And I don't think it's as bad in your district as it is in other districts like, you know, what you've got going on in Ashburton with the industrial areas on that floodplain there. But the mere fact of the matter is the way the climate has changed and the amount of water that we can get down in a short period of time does put a lot of pressures on rivers, more than they did in the 60s when that stuff was put up, when that, you know, when the stop banks and things were put up. And what we've got to look at seriously is what can we do to get a 1 in 200 year return period rather than a 1 in 50, 1 in 60, 1 in 70 year return period. Because the mere fact of the matter is this, if as communities we don't start taking that responsibility, and where you shouldn't develop, we don't start taking that responsibility, the next thing that's going to happen is you won't get insurance. And as soon as you don't get insurance, the banks won't turn up. So that's how serious as it gets. And so that's really fundamental to how we're starting to think about that stuff, and have been for a while actually.
Just clarify, but don't you write the floodplain bylaw? Don't you control that development?
No, I think the district, well, there's someone smarter than me here, but I think the district plan is the thing that allows development on floodplain. Michelle, I'll be happy to be corrected on that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Nigel?
No, we will sort that out tomorrow.
Yeah. Then maybe I can give you a better answer. But my opinion is that's TA responsibility, not rather than a regional council responsibility.
Yeah, I hope Mr Cooper was listening. He might be able to follow up for us. No, I appreciate that, team. Thank you for that. We really appreciate the partnership. Certainly at a local level, our relationship's really strong, so appreciate the way we work together.
Great questions.
Great questions. Thank you.
Thanks, team. Cheers. Alrighty, John McKenzie. Welcome, John. And John's submission is on 258. Yeah, just push that button and you're away. Perfect, go for it.
Sorry to take up your time, but I felt if I filled out a submission, it's better that I come in and speak to it as well. So yeah, just speaking to what I've written in my submission, I'm expressing concern about the council's debt levels and the 15% rate increase. which I think is becoming unaffordable for a lot of people in the district. With the cost of living crisis, people making decisions at the supermarket or school fees, things like that, what they're going without. It's simply, I think, not fiscally prudent for the council to be maxing out the credit card to this extent. I believe that our rates, I suggest the land-based rating system is a deliberate gerrymandering of the rating system to the advantage of people who are better off, and that the people, in effect, it equalises the rating rather than our central government taxation system, where the more you earn, the more you pay, and but we've got a different system here. And so I think a review of the revenue and financing policy and consideration of capital value rating, I'd endorse you having a look at that or considering that next time your revenue and financing policy is reviewed. In the submission form, the feedback form, balancing the things you use with things we enjoy. The Theatre Royal project, I really just think has become unaffordable. And saying that, I really think we need to do something about the museum. So I'm arguing against myself there, in that it's unsuited to public access, and moving it over to where it's proposed is a great idea. But the Theatre Royal is going to keep on costing us as ratepayers. It's an old heritage building, it's built over a creek, and I'm told by users of the Theatre Royal that at times of high rainfall there's actually water running underneath the Theatre Royal, which is a worry if we're going to be investing further in that facility. Staying with the format of the feedback form, balancing user pays with common good. I really think that pushing up user charges is it's not realistic to balance the budget in that way. And I just wonder, I expressed this concern last year, and I just wonder if in the current financial year, if it has worked out and that we have been able to gather all of the money that we said we were going to do for our planning and regulatory services. I've seen how it's almost punitive to have such high consent fees, as an example, limited notified or notified fees, plan change fees being loaded onto an applicant, when in effect there are a wider group of beneficiaries of people who benefit in the public-private benefit split of our user charges. There is actually a wider pool of people who benefit in having, for instance, a commercial activity controlled and not affecting the neighbourhood. Other information on the feedback form, you probably don't get a lot of thanks from ratepayers coming in here, but yeah, bouquets, sea play down at the bay, what a phenomenal success that is. Thank you. I take my grandson down there. So 3 generations on the rocking horse down there at times. The walkways, cycleways, parks and reserves, the indigenous plantings, botanic gardens, everything are reasons why I moved back to Timaru, or part of the reasons why I moved back to Timaru. But as a parting shot, a brickbat, the litter bin removal concept I read in the Herald of saving $10,000 by removing litter bins. You're also a solid waste authority. It sends a really bad signal to those people who are prepared to walk about in the Timaru district and pick up litter and put it in the nearest litter bin. And in fact, I think it's a slap in the face to those people. I'm one of those people. As I walk my dog down across Maori Park, I pick up litter, and at times it's things like broken bottles or even aluminium RTD cans that our mowing contractor has run over and shredded. And the first litter bin I get to is just through the viaduct at the bottom of the Benvenue walkway, and now that litter bin has disappeared. And for 6 months of the year, I can't carry on walking further to the, with my dog to the 30-plus litter bins that you have around the car parks on Caroline Bay. So we have that many litter bins down there on the bay, but the one very strategically positioned bin you've removed. Other people that I run into express the same grumble to me, and so it's not just myself. And recently, Mayor Wayne Brown in Auckland said Aucklanders will just have to walk a bit further to dispose of their litter. Well, I can tell you it hasn't worked up there because I'm spending a bit of time in Auckland at the moment, and their pavements, their bus stop areas are just awash with litter. It's not working. So yeah, I'd ask that you perhaps pause the project of litter bin removal, and it's not just the one bin I'm talking about, by the way, I'd hasten to add. So that's all I've got to say, and thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, John, and thanks for coming in person. We really appreciate that. I think that's important if you can do so. Just a couple of comments. You will discuss the bins probably again tomorrow with deliberation, but as far as council in the next year is going through a full revenue review, which will be a million things, but it will be land versus capital,
Great.
and it's something that hasn't been reviewed in this area for, I don't know, some decades, I believe. So
That's encouraging.
Yeah. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
thanks.
So, sorry, any further questions for John? So, there we go, Councillor Booth.
Yeah, look, that's what I was sort of interested in, your thoughts around you've recommended here capital value rating against, perhaps you could just explain there, you saying that our lower income people are disadvantaged by our existing system.
What I'm talking about there is if you imagine a hypothetical situation of 2 quarter-acre sections sitting side by side, and they both have the same land value, but on one there is a very nice recent home being built, high value, and on the other there is a little worker's cottage, a struggling pensioner, and the rate value is going to be the same that's levied according to land value.
Should be based on the capital value as in, include improvements.
I obviously haven't run the rating models to be able to speak with any authority, but I think that's what you people should look at as a way of alleviating some of the pain of having like a 15% rate increase on the people who are struggling to afford to pay.
I think that's it. Thanks, John.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate that. Thank you. So welcome now, Julian Mays. Welcome, Julian. And Julian is presenting on living wage, behalf of Living Wage South Canterbury, and the submission is on page 287. Welcome, Julian. Just push, when you're ready, just push that green, the button, and it'll glow green.
Sure. So you've heard from ECAN very recently. They are, of course, an accredited living wage employer, a decision they took late last year. I don't think their chair was originally keen on the idea, but they came to that decision. So let me begin by telling you that about a dilemma you face. A friend of mine who was a judge once told me that the hardest aspect of his job was to find in favour of someone he didn't like. You had to listen to the facts and apply the law to the facts, and sometimes you had to find in favour of someone whose position, well, actually, he said, someone you didn't like. Your job has similarities. You do pay your staff at least the living wage. Some of you weren't certain when this issue came up, but you do, I was told, you pay at least the living wage, and I congratulate you for that and support you for that. But you don't like the concept of being an accredited living wage employer. So you're in the position of my friend. I'm asking you to do something you really, ideologically, I suspect, don't want to do. But like my friend, I invite you to make an evidence-based decision. Data-driven decisions are what should guide you. it should guide us all, whether it's on issues of climate change or farming practices or health science. It doesn't matter. Get the data, look at the data, see what the facts tell you, make a reliable decision. And the issue then really for you is, can you do that? Are you prepared to be driven by fact, or are you prepared to be driven by a dislike of the concept or some form of ideology? So what we ask you to do is to look again at this issue of accreditation, to put it back in a work stream and to gather some data. And what I want to say to you today is it isn't such a big deal. Now, I've got some material which I can leave for you. It's my transcript of your meeting of last October and an Excel sheet which sets out some data which TDC supplied me of its 70 regular and ongoing contractors. In 2022, I took a Lagoima, and you supply the list of the people whom you regard as your regular and ongoing contractors. And you paid them $60 million, and there were 70 of them. Now, I'm not going to spend time on my written submissions, but I really want to talk about two things which have occurred to me since, but which support my written submissions. One is your stated aims as a council, and one is the limited nature of the data which I think you need to gather. And I want to talk very briefly about the possible results of that limited amount of data which you might gather. So we're judged not by what we say, but by what we do, and I'm inviting you to do what you say you believe you should be doing. Now, you have, like everybody, a mission statement and a vision for the area, and your vision says that Timaru is a place, quotes, where people, place and business prosper within a healthy and adaptable and regenerative environment. And I just emphasise to you that these are your words, your mission statement, your vision, where people prosper. That's what we're after. Now, in addition, you have a wholly owned company, a CCO, Venture Timaru, and it also has a vision and objectives and a mission. You own the company, and two of your councillors are directors, and that CCO has its own vision. It wants a thriving South Canterbury. It says its aim, amongst other carefully delineated aims, is to partner with the TDC to support a thriving district economy. In its statement of intent, it says, we value a strong economy. And amongst other things, it says, equally, there is an understanding that the health and well-being of our people, ... allow us to achieve our potential. All this is part of our focus on developing a collective 2050 vision for the district. And then it goes on to say, to deliver on these values and achieve that vision, we must, imperative, we must address the challenges that hold us back. And among the challenges that hold you back in fulfilling the vision for Venture Timaru are, quotes, the persistent inequality that limits the ability of many of our people to contribute to building a more prosperous future where they can live the lives they value. Your words. Two of your directors, your words. And the persistent inequality that limits the ability of our people, many of our people, to contribute to building a more prosperous future where they can live the lives they value. And they don't want to be poor, trust me. Persistent inequality is caused, at least in part, by low wages. Now, all of you here are responsible to implement that vision. To your company, and you have two directors, and the director's job is, in their governance role, is to keep the company on track, to make sure it's fulfilling its mission. Councillor Scott, you were outspoken in your opposition to this measure. You opposed a simple investigation to find out how many low-paid workers work for the council on a regular basis, not directly but indirectly, because one of you spoke about you're happy to pay those on your team the living wage. Well, the people who come in and clean and do all the other things through contractors are equally on your team. And Vision Timaru and your own aspirations say you should be raising their living standards. You don't employ them directly, but you employ them indirectly. But you all voted that proposal down. poverty level wages, it is one of the causes of that persistent inequality. Now, today, I'm inviting you to walk that decision back, to do the right thing, and get make an evidence-based decision ultimately. Yes, we want you to become an accredited living wage employer, but we have never advocated that you do so irrationally. You need the data, and then you can make a decision. Now, in my written submissions, I went through the part of the law on this issue. I'm not going to go over it all in detail again, but you exist as a council because of a statute. You are creatures of statute. You can't do as you please. You've got to do what the statute directs you to do and what you're obligated to do. And Section 10, subsection 3 says that you must promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of the communities in the present and for the future. Now, those communities are everybody, not just the contractors whom you particularly were concerned about, business owners or those who pay rates because they own the property, but everyone, the whole community. If you don't consider those substantive tests in Section 10, subsection 3, you're not applying the right legal decision to making your decision. You can't do as you please. You've got to bring your decision-making process within the framework of the purpose for which you exist. But in October, you didn't consider those objectives either directly or indirectly. The question that you should ask today when you either accept or reject our submission is simply this: could, and not would, but could, becoming an accredited living wage employer promote Section 10, Section 3 objectives? Could it promote the social and economic well-being of our community now and in the future? And the only answer is yes, it could. It may not, but it could. And whether it would depends on whether you're getting the data, because otherwise you're making it up. You're going on what you think, what you reckon, and not fact. Here's a potential reason why it might meet those objectives. First of all, if there are any staff of the contractors who work here regularly are paid below the living wage, if they got any more money, it would surely raise the social and economic well-being of those people. It's obvious. But because they are the lowest paid in our community, they're going to spend that money in the shops and with the contractors whom you are concerned about. The poorest paid, when they get an increase, just are felt enabled to spend a bit more on necessities. The money goes round here. So there's a joint benefit. Councillor Shannon was right in October, bless him. He said, I absolutely agree. That is, I absolutely agree, we don't want to do this. But I think this is why we need to ask, should we investigate this? Because once actually we get our information, we don't need to say, yes, absolutely, we have to do this. You're right. You don't have to do it once you get the data, but it might persuade you that it's a good idea. My point today is that the data you need is very limited. It's not every contractor that you use. It is only your regular and ongoing contractors, and amongst the staff of those people, it is only the very lowest paid. And all you need to know is, what would it cost the council if you required all your subcontractors, all your contractors, to pay their staff at least the living wage? You have no idea. Some of you thought it would be massive. It's a guess. If they are already paid the living wage, it ain't going to cost you $1. If it is below the living wage, depending on how much it's below the living wage, it might cost you a bit. You gave us a list of 70 contractors. You paid them $60 million, and I have a sheet where you can access it. I can send it or leave it with you to scan of those 70 contractors. 9 of them took $53 million, and 29 of them combined took 97% of that $60 million. Now, I would have thought it was very little effort to contact those 29 employers, or whoever remains your largest group, to say to them, guys, what was the wage component of your last 12 months' accounts to us? And because we don't know anything about your wage structure, what would it cost you to raise the least paid of your workers to at least the living wage? They will have that data. Some of those are very big companies. And as an aside, I would say, how do you assess the value or the appropriateness of a tender being submitted to you by any of these people if you don't know what their wage costs are? You don't know whether it's too high or too low. If you look at the companies that I'm asking you to make inquiries of, you will look at them and see they are mostly civil contracting, roading, earthworks, or specialised trades, builders, electricians, plumbers. Stats New Zealand data will tell you that the employees of those people, drivers, operators, tradesmen, are certainly likely to be paid at or above the living wage. The people you are going to find are below the living wage are cleaners, security guards, and labourers. And how many of those will be employed? Your actual, from what I can detect amongst your list of regular contractors, the number who are cleaners is a comparatively small dollar amount. So one's reaction is that the dollar amount to get those lowest people up is going to be comparatively small. If you go on the internet to check that, you will see that internet data suggests that between 18 and 24 bucks is what a cleaner or a labourer or a security guard will get. Some of those figures are below the living wage, but they're still on the internet indicating that those are the current range of rates.
So we need to head towards questions, Julian.
Sorry, I'm
no,
just
you're
about
right.
finished.
No
I
worries.
promise I've got about 10 lines to go. My guess is, but we don't have the data, is that the numbers of people will be low and the dollar value will not be significant. And if you then looked at it and decided to become an accredited living wage employer, you would be advancing the objectives which you talk about. There we are. I'll stop there.
Brilliant, thank you. So, I mean, you quoted VT around, building a prosperous community.
I beg your pardon?
You quoted Venture Timaru around building a prosperous community.
Yeah.
I don't think you build a prosperous community by dictating to businesses what they should do. Actually, businesses every day and through this period have been asking us to dictate less to them around what they do. And my question specifically, and it's around that almost equality. It's, one person, one vote. Why should one business tell another business what to do? My question is, you've got the list of 70 contractors. Why don't you ask them the question, do they want to become a living wage payer, accredited or not, and let them make the decision. So that's my question. Why do we have to make a decision on behalf of another business? Because that's what businesses are telling us they don't want us to do.
Okay, well, I'm not sure whether you meant that you are also a business. Yeah. I mean, you're not a business. You're not a business. That's the point. And some of the people around this table who are business people, I think in your heads...
But you're getting away from my
okay.
point.
All right, so...
question.
All right, so every day of the week, every minute of every hour of every day of the week, businesses in this country, like the rest of us, are told what we may and may not do. And you do it every day yourselves as council, or the council does. You fix rates for things, you fix fees for dumping or consents, you do 101 things which regulate the way in which people interact with each other and you in this city. And other councils, ECAN and others, in your tender documents or when you go to the...
Sorry. So we are limited on time. My question is, you've got the list of 70 contractors. Yeah. Why don't you communicate with them directly and ask them to pay the living wage?
Well, I have communicated in the past with supermarkets whose responses, for example, go from wry amusement to outright rudeness. We have no leverage. There is no obligation on any of those 70 to speak to me. But you have statutory obligations. You are accountable and can be held to those obligations. And with a stroke of a pen, all you need to do is to alter tender documents to say, When you tender for our work, please ensure that no one who works in our job will be paid less than the living wage, and they will calculate the effect of that on their tender. They may or may not increase it accordingly. Even though the costs can be higher, data throughout the rest of the country indicates that costs to you go up no more than 1%.
So the answer is you're not getting the response that you require. So you're tackling us. But I'll go to a question of Councillor Pye.
I just wondered at point 3, you say that if we implement this, the people whose services we're using just need to pay the living wage for our work and not anyone else's contract.
That's right.
So you're saying that when they work for us, they're worth more than when they work for somebody else?
I'm not saying that at all.
My question is, do you have any examples of a company where they actually do that? Yeah.
I can't give you a specific example, but it is the accreditation process requires you to meet 4 criteria. You meet 3. The 4th is that on your work, the regular and ongoing contractors on your work must, on your job, pay their staff the living wage. So there are over 300 accredited living wage employers in New Zealand, and so what I intuit is that they must differentiate when they pay their staff. They pay them at a different rate, possibly, when they do your work as opposed to work for other people. That is the accreditation obligation. Whether they then go on and simply put all their staff up to the other rate, I have no idea.
Thank you. So final one, Councillor Booth. Thank you.
I guess I'm just like the employers of the vulnerable workers who are such as cleaners and labourers. A contractor who may come and do work for us, but we're probably only one out of 50 clients that contractor is working for. So, therefore, the way I understand it is, everyone else would have to the cost for that operator would have to increase, because the cost of the labour for that person would be the most significant cost to their business.
Sure.
So therefore, that would affect their being able to compete with the other people in that industry, because they'd have to lift their costs.
No. If you put your cleaning contract out to tender, everyone tendering will be tendering on the same basis. And so if they employ cleaners to work here under your contract, they will pay them for this job at the living wage rate. What they do otherwise is up to them. They're not obligated through accreditation to carry that right through. But all the contractors get the same crack at it. They all tender on what they think leaves them profitable, and on this job they would pay at the higher rate.
I think you'll find it'll probably drive the cost across those other 50 contracts. That would be my thinking.
Beg your pardon?
I would say the result would be it would drive the cost across the 50 contracts. That's your point, isn't it? But we have got to a point where we're slightly over time.
Yep.
So thank you, and we will be considering your request around the analysis tomorrow. Will be probably afternoon. Yeah, sure. Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks, Julian. Welcome. Is Sharon here? You're not? Sharon, Jeremy? Is Jeremy here? Welcome. Hey, Jeremy, how are you?
Good, good. First thing, I think you all need to stand up, turn around, sit down. You need a break. Come on, get up. Come on, get up. I'm watching you there. You're half going. You should be asleep, but you're not. I want you to listen.
Good technique.
Okay. First thing I'd like to make is a couple of comments on the last speech. That as someone who's recently used council accredited services to put my water scheme connected to the Seadown water supply, using the accredited contractor cost $5,000. If I'd used a plumber to do the same job, it was $2,200. So clearly your contractors must be well and truly paying more than the above award wage if they're doing that. As I say, I think there's a serious problem with some of that. Anyway, we'll move on. So my history, I'm an A-grade automotive engineer involved in aviation, farm machinery, former farmer, travel industry, agricultural research and a few other things as well. So I have a pretty diverse portfolio and I travel extensively. So, the Timaru District 10-year plan. To me, a proper plan in my mind not only has the physical but also the financial and human impact of their plan. I don't think clearly this hasn't happened in the case of the 10-year plan presented to date. Why? What I see is a group of people who have developed a groupthink approach with their counterparts from different parts of the country. I think it's all come from the local government association. As an example, restrictions on private aviation on private property are just the tip of the iceberg. Clearly the writers of these rules in the TDC are not involved in aviation or agriculture. The first question I want to ask is, where is the evidence that there's been any problem with aviation, with a number of flights, etc., on private land and private aircraft? There isn't one. No one can provide one. We've asked for it. It's not there. CAA say it's not there. They don't know what it's about either. So this is just part of the groupthink. We've seen it in other councils. It's on through all the aviation magazines. It's all there. What the hell are these people thinking? You know, we're not Auckland. We're not bloody Wellington or anything else like that. We're Timaru. We have farms. Your rules actually prevent, you'll be aware of this, Mrs. Pai, the airstrip at Arari Estate, which is right by the roadside, which is used for top dressing and so forth there, that would not be allowed under this rule. It's stupid. I mean, your staff need to be asked, what the hell are they doing? So, you know, a setback of 500 metres from the road or a boundary. Why? Often the most level place to land and the straightest place is a long fence somewhere and quite often by a roadside. You've got tankers, spreader units, whatever, carting stuff out and onto them. Rather than have to traipse all over the farm, they can pull off the road, go in. And just to really shock you, in a wet season, sometimes the aeroplanes even land on the road and have done. So, you know, we just need to cut the crap. The district plan needs to put in what we need, not have a contest to see how many lollies can we get in the jar and fill it up, and let's see how many we're going to end up with or take it out. How we can fill it with so much bullshit, the councillors and staff won't know half of what's going on, and so we'll slip a wee few quiet ones through. So it's interesting. CAA recently, I live near the airport, and I asked about putting in my own airstrip. And CAA have actually come up with a ruling and say, if I feel it's safe to land in a general aviation area, we can do it anywhere. So that goes against the rules you're saying. So the people who have written this submission have not clearly talked to CAA. So I think you just get rid of it. But also what's recognised by this aviation rule is that, as I say, it goes back to they have no idea about aviation. We have a thing called wind. It's quite important when you're flying an aeroplane, because if you try and land with the wind behind you, it's a bloody hard job because your airspeed suddenly drops and you're hitting the ground at 90 mile an hour instead of 60 mile an hour. And your runway's a lot further. That's why even the Timaru airport has 4 runways, believe it or not, to take the indication of the wind for your landing and taking off. So, once again, it's a silly rule. Get rid of it. So, it seems to me that the TDC staff who've written this account have taken lessons from Clarkson's Farms, West Oxfordshire District Council. They have become a law unto themselves with little or no regard to private property. Well, I hope they're going to watch the news series, because where this council has just been rebuffed by the High Court in England, and Parliament has just introduced a brand new rule called the Clarkson's easement. And that goes where the Clarkson Amendment should say, where private property rights now actually count for something. You've got your own property. You can do things on there without actually having to ask anybody. So let's just, as I say, our planning staff need to be brought into the real world. Let's just cut the crap. Private property means what it says. If it's not interfering with someone else's, whatever, bugger off. So with this long-term plan, we've had a lot of problems with it. And I want to go over one that I'm very, very intimately involved with and show how it goes astray. So in August 2021, under the last long-term plan, as new chairman of the Aviation Heritage Centre based at the airport, I've received a letter from a council employee giving us 30 days to vacate the old control tower, or as we call it, the information centre at Richard Pearce. We've had a long-term lease on this building and use it to house our Pearce exhibition, and it also gives us our toilet, which we're required under the law to have for a museum to be open in bits and pieces and water supply, etc. there. So we couldn't function without it. So needless to say, we thought this was a bit of a shock, and after finally getting a meeting with Nigel and Mr. Curran in October to discuss this of this year. So I took over in July, and it was on the 5th of August we got the letter to say we had to vacate it. So we got a meeting with the two CEO and the mayor, and when we turned up at this meeting, they were both shocked to find there was anything going on at the airport. Yes, it was in the long-term plan, but there's been no budget approved, there's nothing else. So this notice clearly stated we had 30 days to vacate it, pending the imminent demolition of the old control tower to make way for construction of the new airport terminal starting at the end of October in 2021. Hang on, we're not there yet, are we? But if we hadn't dug our toes in, we'd have already been started. So there's something going on here. So both the CEO and the mayor said there is no approved budget, there's nothing. You should have seen the look on their face when I threw the plans, the approved plans, and the drawings for the building that have been done as well by staff, with no approval, no budget, or anything else. How does it happen? Come on, guys, you know. We need to look at this. But it gets worse. It gets worse, believe it or not. In December this year, you all went to a meeting at the airport. And you were told by council staff why they needed to have this airport extension, why they needed to extend the runway by 695 metres. But Air New Zealand, who they said was telling them to do it, says, no, we're not changing our planes, we're not doing anything. We haven't asked for it. What's going on? Your council staff are telling you lies and porkies. You know, this is quite a shocking state of affairs. That's why I asked you to say you would listen. So it really is off the scale of things when you start looking at it. So clearly we have an issue with honesty with staff and reliability. And I can give you a number of issues like this. We haven't got all day to fill it in. But I've got a whole list that'll quite shock you. But there's millions of dollars involved. Not just a couple of $100,000, there's millions of dollars involved. But the airport one goes on further. So after the staff being told in December, quite rightly by you council, sit down, forget it, it's not going to happen. Nothing needs happening, okay? Well, I walk into the office in January, and here I see on the computer tenders for earthquake strengthening of the airport building. Hang on, we just put a new roof and a new stuff on it 2 years ago, and it was fine then. But it's a steel frame building with glass on two sides. It's not a problem. It's not permanently occupied. Why are they doing it? You know, these guys are out to get you whatever way you want to. You need eyes in the back of your head, and you really need to bring some accountability, Chief Executive, to what's going on. So then we carry on. And in case you didn't know it...
Sorry, just on time-wise, we probably need to sort of
I'm just going to read it. Yep. So in 2022, a staff member even had a Facebook page for the airport. And he says, now with the new terminal in place, Timaru's going to have, and the new runway, Timaru's going to have direct flights from Auckland and all over New Zealand, maybe even international. I mean, the credibility of your staff, come on, let's. So over the last 10 years, there have been requests for a few ruts in the taxiways to be filled in. I mean, this is done with a couple of trailer loads of soil, shovelled in and levelled. But we can't do this now. Under the old management, we would go out there with a group of guys, but we can't do it now because you have to have an approved contractor to do that. The local guys at the airport who want to do it for nothing can't do it. So it's really just got stupid on that. So we just look at some of the other things I've done. As I say, the Theatre Royal with making it unusable, ripping all the seats out and demolishing the building. Several OIA requests to actually find out who actually authorised all that job has met with complete blanks saying now it's staff security and all sorts of issues that it can't be dealt with, they can't give it. Well, I think the person who did that needs to actually be made accountable because we had a building that was usable. Yes, it wasn't ideal, but now it's a dead loss. And now you want 60 million to replace it. Sorry, I don't think that's very responsible. So we look at some of the other stuff on this 10-year plan. We've got SNA, SAMAS and all the rest of it. And I wonder whether any of these planning staff actually wanting to see anybody with actually any private property at all left. They want to completely control us. You know, they have not asked themselves, why is it these trees and stuff and areas are there now? Now, as an example, I have a farmer who's now being told he's got a significant area. There is one cabbage tree in a 2-kilometre stretch on a road, and he's been told now it's listed he can't put any bales or anything on that for 1 kilometre either side of it. Well, as he said, guess what's going to happen to the cabbage tree next time I see one? It's the same with, you look at Temuka. If you're building in Temuka, you're told if you're building in Temuka and you're near any of the stream or whatever, and you come across something, you've got to raise the roof, you've got to shout out, I found this, for everybody to come and look and hold your building progress up and have someone come and do a burial or whatever. Guess what's happening? Guess what's happening? The builders are saying, sod it, we'll just bury it deeper and no one will be any the wiser. The exact opposite thing is happening to what you're requiring.
So we do need to probably hold it there and go to questions, Jeremy. You can, if you've got extra notes that we haven't got already.
Yeah, I can leave you a copy. So what I'd like to just finish, if I can just finish off and say, this council in the past has got our water and sewage all upgraded. Haven't all done it wrong, Nige. There's been some good stuff done and coming on time and on budget, okay? But when I look at the fact that we have over $100 million of stuff to be sent on nice to have, but no allowance for any emergency housing. Timaru has no emergency housing. For $1 million, I can put you up 10 tiny homes, 2-bedroom tiny homes for that sort of thing. Our priorities are wrong. And as I say, I just think that I understand it's difficult for the council and these things these days under employment. I'm at the stage where I'm starting to say, and I'm not South Canterbury, the thing on the paper, I actually think that having a commissioner brought in to actually straighten things out for a bit wouldn't be a bad idea and level the playing field and start again.
Your name didn't come up.
I told you that earlier when you asked me.
Now you've got me thinking. No, any questions for Jeremy? Conscious of time. Councillor Burt.
I haven't got a question, but I take absolute and utter umbrage to a broad brush, long bow, absolute BS call to our staff, and we need to support them because that is absolutely not acceptable at all.
Do you want the names?
Calling into question
you want
their
the names?
integrity and what have you. So I'm just saying, and I'm sitting here and I'll have my say, and I don't need those names from you either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burt. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that.
Right, well, as I say, I just think we can all do better, and one of the things is that I don't think the people who wrote the plan have actually read the latest economic report where our economic activity is down, it's going to fall even lower, and to put in a 15% rates rise when there are existing people who can't afford the rates the way they are is not smart business. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Donna, is Donna McPherson? Welcome, Donna. And Donna's submission is on page 137.
Te rangi te whenua te whare te iwi, tēnā koutou. Ko te auheki te moka ko awa iti te awa, ko takatime te waka ko kaitahi te iwi. Ko Donna McPherson toko ikua, ko Titihi o Maru Aho. Kia ora, I'm Donna. I might have to stand up during this as well, just yeah, for my cue.
If you do stand up, Donna, can you just try and stay close to the microphone so
I
we
will,
can pick
I
up?
will.
Yeah.
I just need
Thank
it
you.
for health reasons. Kia ora. That was my welcome to you. I'm Donna McPherson, been in this rohi for this area for a long time, and have been here before about these topics. The tile, or the environment, is so important to the well-being of all. Yes, that cabbage tree is important to me, and if we don't have that here or other things, what have we got here in Timaru? What makes us who we are? Everything we do impacts. Everything, me getting this glass of water, you, everybody, we're impacting. So it's for the well-being of all. If you haven't got what we've got here, if you haven't got fresh water, I'll get back to that. If you haven't got the beautiful views for your tourism, if you haven't got somewhere for people to be and enjoy to be, not just live, but to enjoy this environment, what have we got? So the Timaru District Economic Focus has certainly impacted on the taio. So taio means kōrero, it's kōrero Māori for environment, of those who don't know. And this submission raises just a few points. So the first is the rako, the trees, and how many years have I been coming to these meetings and having a kōrero about trees, rako trees. How is it around the world? And I went to England last year. How is it around the world that we have big, strong and rako trees that are valued by the community? So they're valued, people know about them, people look after them. But in Timaru, for the smallest reasons, yes, you can give me 1,000 reasons. Cut down for the smallest reasons, no alternative but the chainsaw. There's also a greenbelt now. I don't have the official documentation on this because this week has been busy, but however, there was a greenbelt. So greenbelt means a journey for nature. So if you've got kiriru, for example, and they can't fly very far. So if you don't have the trees, including Te Koka, and for those that do have them at the moment, it's a perfect time to get those in. That's at the seeding stage right now. So we don't have that. So I've lived in Timaru for, 30 years, and seen one kiriru. I've had tui in my garden, yippee, which is fantastic, but it's all of those things that we're impacting on. You take out an individual tree, a huge tree, and I could name a few in botanical gardens of late, to be honest, and you've impacted. So you've impacted on your aesthetics. Not that's important to me, but I'm going through the motions here. You've impacted on the insects, the insects, the manu that live there. You've impacted on the whole environment. So I just want you to, for the council, to stop and think before we do this. Before everybody goes, rightio, chop it down, chop it down, chop it down. Okay, England, amazing. We have botanical gardens, and if anybody's been to the botanical gardens recently, and I spend a lot of time there, it's becoming a lawn. It's becoming someone's lawn. Like in years ago, you have a flash lawn and you were, a well-to-do person. That's what it appears to be now. These trees, as mentioned 2 times in this wee kōrero, as they're disappearing. And it's and also the gardens, of course, which might be something to do with financial. If you don't have those borders with those poti, those flowers, you're not going to get the insects, etc. So it's coming back for us to think about right back to literally grassroots level. Replanting is useful, But how long does it take for a tree to grow? Acorn, for example, 12 years. 12 years. So the good old lucky, the ducks come in this time of the year. Yep, good idea for the duck shooting, but also because of the acorns. So if you're cutting out those trees, you're also cutting out a food source. And also, obviously, down Craigie Ave as well. My next kōrero is around the amazing place of Waipori or Claremont Bush. A unique, absolutely unique Ngāhere forest, which should be treated with more respect and care. I don't know who owns it, how. I know it's a mixed bag of that there, but it's a most amazing place to be. And those who haven't been, it's 15 k's away. I only found it 8 years ago through a good old Facebook post, and now part of the trapping team. So what I'm saying about this forest is we need to look after it. We've got a huge issue there with rats, possums, stoats, etc. We're dealing with that, but we cannot deal with the wallabies. And recently I did the wallaby thing, and a couple of people did when they spotted wallabies up there, and they said it's the landowner's priority and they must deal to it. So we know it's destroying our beautiful Ngāhere, which has got native birds in it, all sorts of native birds in it, and yeah. So I would like that to be put up on the spotlight of being, culturally significant. But also for you all, you're talking about your tourism and everything else. Let's, push a beautiful place and look after it. And wallabies, if you've got wallabies running around, nobody's going to want them over their fences, and as we know. So, and because the state of that forest is terrible, I encourage you to go up there and check it out. Waterways, drinkable, swimmable water. Now, it has been my forever frustration for my boys in 20, 25 and 30 now, that they did not get that opportunity to swim in the water. Put on an app, can I take the dog to there? Can I do that? Oh no, there's something happening there today or whatever. So I think the council needs to learn from their mistake. Listen to people too, listen to people. When you're getting that submission in, or that somebody wants to put whatever there, think about the wider scope, not just that person and what they're doing. It's the impact of that, and particularly around the waterways. We've got a rubbish dump right next to a wetlands. A significant area. Yep, you're doing some great work out there at Waitarakau, but also, what's happening up the rest of that awa? Nothing. Also, current issues that we think about, is the pumping of waste into the moana, and that's happening, and we know that's happening. And I know that ECAN are doing a pretty good job of trying to stop that. I'm talking, and I'm also talking the ones that fly under the radar, the leaching of the uku from the development at Washdyke, and the leaching that's coming into, going into that waterway there. Aitarakehi is the waterway there. You go over that bridge if you go into that complex. So that is leaching into there. And I see they are doing some work currently on that, but that's, 2 years too late. Also, we're talking about the impact of leaching, and obviously Pātiti Point is not just leaching, but the environmental impact, not just on the people impact. I understand that, as well, but also the fact that it's leaching into that amazing, another mahakakai or traditional food source, but also beautiful reef, and those living creatures in there are dealing with that all of that stuff going in there, including clay. I've picked up all sorts of things of late, pieces of tar, all sorts of things. So we need to think about all of that. And then, of course, there's a dredging for the great, for the ships and that are coming in, including larger ships, including a cruise ship. And yes, we get lots of money, etc. But the damage that you're doing to our ecosystem or our seabed out there isn't good. No, I'm not an expert, but I'm also out there a lot. I'm out in the community. I run a free play group for children to get them out in the community called Haere Mai Ki Waho, to see things like that. We've seen heaps of sand dollars. Recently, it was about 3 weeks ago now.
Just on time there, Donna, if you just want to sort of summarise.
Okay. Okay, can I just say one more thing? Yep. Just the culture and arts. From perspective, looking back and learning from mistakes is a big part in art and culture. There's a strong connection there. Look at the pictures from Botanical Gardens, for example, pictures from then and now, quite different. I appreciate your time. Manaaki whenua, manaaki awa, manaaki tangata, kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Donna, any questions for Donna? Some good points, and there's been a few reinforcing comments around Claremont Bush and that's come through submissions, so I'm sure we'll tackle that tomorrow. No questions? No, appreciate that. Thanks, Donna. Thanks for showing up in person. Really appreciate that. Welcome now, Martin. Welcome, Martin.
Yes,
thank you. Now, so the floor is yours.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I just want to go over a couple of things. I guess my question would be the spend-ups or tightening our belt is at hand. I'll start by saying that it was Deputy Mayor Scott Shannon that came to the Lions Club, and he was eager to know if we had any questions or concerns directed at council. So I took that on board, and that's why I'm here today. So the budget seems to be proposed at $650 million, yet we're entering into a hyperinflated economy or a recession. So should government be refunding tax ratepayers for a declining market in property and land values? And or should council focus on debt reductions as opposed to furthering debt increases? Housing prices in New Zealand in some cases have dropped $200,000, and yet more is to come. In Auckland alone, housing prices have dropped $1.2 million. And yet council persists to bang at the door at ratepayers by pushing up our rates. So question here is $650 million the right direction to go? Plus, it's somewhat like a gravy train, and so is that going to be a right course to take, or is it just taking the lifeblood out of residents here in Timaru and surrounding areas? Shouldn't council actually halt these spend-ups as opposed to actually reducing the debt? So I have just 3 things I wanted to go over quickly. Timaru Royal Theatre is budgeted at $57 million, and yet most people in the building trade know that this will be blown out 20% or $80 million. Earlier we heard from John McKenzie, who raised an alarm pertaining to potential water running under the theatre. It is in this case, I question whether ratepayers are actually told of the issues that are going on with the theatre. And it's also a very costly venture. Have we actually sought after local overseas investors, not to mention fundraising administrated to this project and structuring the total cost of the theatre or sponsorship? seeking local or out-of-town overseas investors seems to be a more viable venture as opposed to lumbering the costs onto the ratepayers. Evidence of this is found across the country and globally. A recent article, for instance, spoke about a startup company with overseas investors from China and Europe regarding the disposal of rubbish in the Canterbury area, but that was scrapped. An application was made to demolish a prominent listed heritage Timaru building. This was to make way of a $40 to $42 million redevelopment, and yet nothing in its wake has been developed since it's been demolished back in 2016. It appears at this stage it is to be a money pit. The second thing is revolving around a dog pound being proposed. And yet at a quick glance, we have a total of 8 dog veterinarians, one of which is RSPCA. There is also this gigantic dog toilet called Caroline Bay Beach. Why is Caroline Beach being used as a toilet bowl for dogs? Surely this must raise questions for beach lovers, particularly kids and their families digging in the sand and getting sick. Also, why don't dog owners share the load of the dog pound being proposed with a dog poll tax or user pays as opposed to ratepayer burden? Therefore, the dog pound being proposed at $500K, is this necessary? While we already have a number of dog areas, one of which was mentioned, but wait, there's a dog park on the south end of Timaru adjacent to the cemetery, and the other dog park is the Glen Edie for ground dog owners. Furthermore, there are multiple animal veterinarians, so why not spread the load throughout the region for stray dogs? Council is proposing a dog pound, roughly at $500K. Why not have veterinarians absorb the overflow of dog and dog owners absorb these costs? The other one was road surfacing, when it's proposed at $220 million, and yet most of it is, a lot of it I've seen as vanity projects. A lot of the roads are actually in very good nick, particularly if you compare this town to Auckland or any other town that I've been in. So, end of the day, have there been discussions revolving around user pays, for example, the main arterial road usage or usage of public facilities? A poll tax aimed at specific users, fundraising, which has been successful on countless projects throughout New Zealand and abroad, and sponsorship by local business, as for example for the Theatre Royale. Any questions?
Awesome. Thanks, Martin. Questions for Martin? So the dog, just for clarity, the dog pound does in effect pay for itself, so it's through that business unit. So it does pay for itself. There'll be some loan borrowed, but it will be paid off through that income stream of dogs. In all reality, the vets sort of share the burden now of some of that stuff. But appreciate your comments on the poo at the Caroline Bay. It's not ideal. People should be more responsible. Questions over here? Did you, Councillor Booth? Oh, sorry.
Whether did you write a written submission or just this is your submission?
I have this, but I can send it forward if you want me to.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Is it?
No, all good. And we've had some good chats, obviously. So around. So I know sort of Martin's thinking on a lot of the stuff, and he's challenged me on the way we can deliver things, and I think we have to be innovative moving forward on how we get funds to to fund some of our activities. So I think your thinking's certainly encouraged.
Well, thank you for your time.
No worries. No, I appreciate you being involved. Thanks, Martin. Now, does anyone need a We will carry on because Tony's here, so we can carry on, but conscious that we've been sitting for a little bit, so if maybe just take 5 for a toilet break or whatever you need to do. And so we'll just adjourn for 5 minutes, please. Thank you.